For the
Ooh,
dildo
bruh.
man. Bro, dildo of death, bro.
Bruh. All right, look, we can stop saying these out loud. I done started the stream now.
Hold on. Dick on the man.
Bruh, come on, bruh. God damn.
It came up
Bruh.
again. It says a man who has a sexual relationship with a married woman. Yeah, I'm married, and I have a DOD.
Bruh.
I told him, hold on, let me just show you the shot.
Yeah, right. Dick on the man, bro.
Like the VC shot.
Got dick on the man right there.
Man, why did he suck me into the team? I just want to check one.
Deep on dick. Nerd, that's crazy. Nigga called you a nerd. Nigga called you a nerd. Deep on dick. I can't believe you really said
What happened?
that. That's not what that shit mean. I don't know what the fuck that nigga said, bro. You said ready up. Sorry, we DOD. DOD.
And this guy said you had no more checkpoints.
I'm trying to find like in what context that would make sense. DOD. Deep on dick. Yeah, my hard W messy. W messy. Cause that nigga definitely was deep on dick, bro. Bro, it ain't meant to be hard. Just call it. Yeah, about it.
I just want to get a checkpoint. I'm too committed now.
I lost. I have not been getting anything. And Shabazz need to come back. Why he did all of his. Dick. Torture.
I got one, please. Please let me in.
Torture. We saying dick.
Bro, why you? What's wrong with you? Damn.
This guy's 1935, but I do not care. I just want to check one.
So what you doing today? You actually doing Devin for once?
I'm trying to.
You should get that going.
Hmm?
You should get that going, man. Start game Devin.
I am game Devin.
Word.
Are you pressing me?
Oh, you game Devin? Word. My fault.
Close. If this doesn't work, I give up. I'll just stay at the checkpoint for next time. You don't have to wait
I
on me.
already got off. What the fuck been off?
Okay. Oh wait, I think I restarts tomorrow anyway, so this is a waste of time.
You said baby on Tuesday. Stuff.
At this point, I might as well wait. I just want to see if it works, mainly. What's it?
Yo, I woke up from a nap, so I'll be up for a while.
I'm finna be in Torball, dude.
I can't say
I'm,
the same thing.
Finna be in Torball.
you said what?
Finna be in Torball, talking about. Said I was gonna play something. I'm finna go to sleep. Nigga, you could have been out here fucking bitches. Or getting money. Nigga said Naruto. Who gave it the N-word, Pat? Real niggas don't need no permission, Kakashi.
Damn.
This guy private messaged me. It's like, hey, I need one more. This guy sucks. I read about you.
That's crazy, bro. Bro brought you back for round 2.
Y'all gotta add that fire team finder guy to your friend list. Or I mean that, wait a second. Who said the deep on dick joke?
Oh,
That's for me, boy. He definitely asked to do the radio, and then he told him, "Hold up, we DOD." I don't know what the fuck that mean, bro. So I said that shit mean deep on dick.
Wow.
I never like I use a lot of slang myself.
Oh, it's during our dailies, bruh.
Yeah, that's the first.
Doing our dailies
Yes.
Wow.
on Destiny.
Do they got dailies on Destiny?
No, not what he was doing. What the fuck? They doing a dungeon that you only do once a week. That nigga, man, me and my house going dick. Look, imagine you doing your day. You could have another body helping you. Why'd you want to do that? You want to know why? Because you on dick. They know what I said. 10 toes, man. 10 toes and 2 balls, bro. He was deep on dick.
2 balls.
Yeah. Heard what I said. I ain't stutter.
Said your nuts touching the ground.
He deep on dick. That's crazy. You know what, Torball? Just to be y'all for a little bit. I'll play Elden Ring.
Elder, uh-oh.
I ain't gonna be mad. I already beat the game. I'm playing this. This shit not hard. I'm gonna be bossed at the back of my hand.
10 minutes later. Now we stuck. Damn.
Bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome, if that was a cough.
That was a sneeze, boy.
That didn't sound like a sneeze. That sound like a cough. I bless your cough, Torball. You're special.
That's crazy.
I don't bless everybody's cough, just yours.
what you on today, man? What you doing?
I'm studying for a quiz tomorrow.
Oh, you back in school now?
Yeah.
Did you befriend a girl?
No, because the semester is about to end, so we'll see
That's
next
true.
semester.
That's true. Alright, bro. I need you to befriend a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tori, you ain't ready to stream, bro. You yawning and shit. Everybody should go to sleep. Everybody should go to sleep.
Damn, I can't yawn.
No. You're making content. What the fuck you yawning for?
I ain't making content. I'm making a game.
Okay. Is your game gonna have stuff to do in it?
Yeah, it's gonna have activities to do with it.
I hate you.
Exactly.
It's gonna have objectives.
Exactly.
Did you get a checkpoint yet or no?
Oh, I'm trying to negotiate with this guy right now.
What you mean you trying to negotiate? What bro talking about?
He's like, oh, I think he wants to play later, so I'm trying like, hey, can I get the checkpoint if you don't plan to play right now?
You talking about a dude that said deep on dick? Or somebody else?
Nah, this is some other dude. Those guys left. I'm leaving these guys. It's a waste of time.
Don't you got a checkpoint, bro? In the cell? What you wanna you wanna encounter 3 checkpoints?
I reset my checkpoints
Okay.
to do the other guy, remember? The first one.
Yeah, but we beat the first one, so you should have the one at encounter 2 already. Unless you reset it again.
But you have to reset it or else you start from where you at. It's kinda weird.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can just start and do like the whole little progression through the maze and shit until you get the counter 2, and you can just do it.
Well, I want a final encounter checkpoint.
Alright, that's how I figured the last one.
I tried for 2 more minutes and I'm done.
Dang, Elden Ring said they finna do server maintenance. Oh, I'm definitely. It ain't meant to be for me to be up right now. Oh, everything going awry. Destiny's kicking me off. Elden Ring kicking me off.
You wanna go Redmond too?
That's
Too late, heard that?
I ain't there today. I work in the afternoon. You gotta do a tutorial first. That's why I logged in and did that first.
Do you need audio to play?
Not really. Game ain't got the best of me. Nothing spectacular going.
How long is the toy? Is it long?
No, you keep the cutscene.
make a creator. God damn. Yeah, I might just use the default, bro. I don't think
Boo, make your character, bro.
I'll make him black at least.
There you go, yeah. Wear your skin with pride, bro. I know Kotai getting here to say otherwise, but wear your shit with pride. Nigga rock.
Alright. And trying to get my exact skin color here. They don't got it. Either too dark or too light.
Mm-hmm. That nigga be less skin as fuck. That's what I was mad about too.
Yeah, it's way too light skin, way too dark, huh?
Trying to get me to make an alchemist.
Man, they don't got no black haircuts, bro.
They don't, bro.
Low
They
key,
got
I
the-
might go bald, bro. I might
they got-
go
they got-
with the bald beard. Look,
They got the woozy ass fake dreads, don't they?
yeah, but I can't see myself wearing dreads, so that's not
That's
a
fair.
thing.
That's
I
fair.
can't even do dreads. Well, I could, but that is so much work. Oh my god.
I agree.
I literally just, dude, I come my own hair, bro. I just do a buzz clip. Ever since COVID, that's what I've been doing.
Thought you said I cut my own hair. Everything's cold.
Nah, I cut it to the two, bro.
That nigga get his shit low.
2, 1, sometimes 1, if I'm feeling like it.
That nigga really got the low taper. he got the one when your mom used to get your hair cut. Take it to the barber shop. Cut it all off.
Jenna, shush.
And then she finally let you mix it up one day. But the one thing she let you do is put that one weak ass part in the top of your shit. That was like all black parents was the same when it came to haircuts. I swear to God.
Yeah.
You get the low ass ski bald ass fade, or you get the same thing but you get the taper and the part. There was one kid, bro, in my elementary school had a mohawk. I thought that nigga was lit as fuck, bro. He
I
had
remember I
like
was thinking house school too.
he nigga had the tape size. That nigga looking clean. He had that shit on.
So what book of these should I pick?
I picked whichever one is the second from hardest, I think. What's
So
it called?
Veteran?
Better. No. What's the hardest one called? Nightmare.
Nightmare, yeah.
Yeah, I picked Nightmare actually. Never mind, my bad. Because Nightmare
Well,
is
I
actually
picked-
Nightmare is actually second from hardest because that's the one that the other one is locked, right? The one after Nightmare.
I mean, it's
And
not recommended at the starting point. You sure about this?
Look. Actually, I don't think I picked Nightmare, but pick Veteran.
Alright. Do you have to pick the same double with you?
I believe so. So if my shit wrong, I'm gonna just log in. You said you picked Veteran, right?
Yeah, I'll go with it.
Watch my shit be Nightmare. I'm gonna be pissed. I just beat the
Alright.
hardest boss in FromSoft history.
Just check now before I pick. I'll do whatever you
Nah,
want.
I think wait, does it say anything about not being able to change?
I have no idea. Because
Look
I've
at
heard on.
look at the bottom text. It'll say it. It'll say cannot be changed. It'll say,
No, it doesn't say that.
alright, yeah, I think you can change it. Just pick Veteran.
What was better than anyways?
Yeah, I say just pick Veteran. And then I'll just
I do. We came from Destiny
Jedi.
for a nightmare. Let's go.
Nightmare facts. Nah, cause okay, nah. I definitely pick veteran because I remember thinking I was like, shit, I want to play Nightmare. I Destiny, the same shit you just said. But I was like, nah, we gotta trade with us.
God, that
You
is
know.
true.
Trade do
Alright,
be
I'll go
angry.
veteran for now.
Trade do be an angry ass nigga. You never forget that. I'll sacrifice my experience. We can play the game.
Because we can change it later.
Hopefully, I believe we can. It doesn't say you can't not change it. Therefore, you can be able to change it.
Skip the cutscene.
It's up to you, right? We're trying to speedrun and skip the cutscene.
I said like anything. Is there a story to this?
Yeah. These weird little tree zombies pulled up and started taking over parts of the world and shit. And then it's only in certain sections of the world. So you got like safe haven that you living in with the people, and they send you out since you immune to being turned into or some shit. I forgot what it was, but then go out and just be chilling, and then go investigate the sections for like resources and shit.
Since you gave me the summary, I'll go ahead and skip.
It's like a Monster Hunter ass story. It's like there's a big monster. When you gotta kill every
Oh, there's
monster.
a whole deer over there.
Yeah, that do what you want.
It's not a deer. That's a moose. I don't know. That's a big ass deer.
Look at those animals.
Elk. That's the one.
That's just another deer. It's a big deer.
Nah.
Tor
I'm not
confirmed
walking
elk-
like my leg is broken.
Tor confirmed is the elk a big deer.
What?
It's the elk a big deer.
A big deer. I mean, it's a different animal, man.
I'm asking you. I thought you would know. Don't ask me. I'm asking you.
Why you ask me?
Cause you the resident smart nigga.
Listen to
I guess they're a big deer. Just to
You go to school. You're a
let
resident.
me look it up.
Thank you, Torball. That's what I really wanted.
Well, you just couldn't look it up, you lazy motherfucker. Yeah, it say they're the second largest species in the deer family. I'm guessing the first one is the moose.
I might be right. That shit finna be called a great deer. You like, what the fuck is a great deer? Big as fuck.
Yeah, it's the moose.
Stop.
Alright, open the door for you.
Stop. Stop.
It's the right way now. What's up?
Nigga lost.
Yeah, the door is not open.
You at the part where
Like you open the door for the girl and you're in the room.
mm-hmm.
And the door just locks.
Is the girl in there with you? Is the girl in the room with you?
Yeah, she finally opens the door.
Mm-hmm. So what triggered that is she gave you an item that to heal. If you didn't heal, she was not open.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I just healed right now. Alright.
And then she opened the door for you.
I was being a dumbass.
Is a monster about to pop soon?
Yeah.
I like jump scares, so
You got jump scares. You don't like jump scares.
yeah.
There ain't no jump scares in this game, boy.
Does it bring back to when I started Destiny and I was scared in the first level?
Bruh.
That first level, that was kind of creepy.
No, it's when you in that fucking weak ass bridge. That shit was not
Like the
creepy.
very first tutorial level when
Yeah,
it's
that
like
shit was not. Yeah, I know
dark.
you talking. Yeah, you in that cave. That shit was not creepy.
kinda intense. Bro.
No, it's not, bro. Nigga was scared.
I
He
think
had
it's a
that
zombie.
he had that crack Kavastal. He was shaking his boots.
Yeah, this place is kind of gross. Man, this girl that weak. She can't open the door. Come on now.
Come on, the girl weak. Open door for you. You a man. Open door first.
Man, they don't like me, bro.
You know, facts. My fault. My fault.
Yeah. Guess I gotta jump down here. Oh, nice. This is creepy. It's like dark in here. Hey, I take the lead, bro. But
Yeah, it's not how shit work, bro. Get out there, bro.
it's like maybe like half an hour. I think.
But the tutorial, no, boy. If you
Longer or
the way-
shorter?
Shorter, the way you playing possibly, but no, that shit not be no half an hour. I finished that shit in like 10-15 minutes.
I'm in the bottom part. It's like a water and these little holes.
I don't remember. Oh, okay, yeah. That shit not long, bro.
Is she talking right now? Okay, never mind. I was supposed to, I guess, kill them and survive in here.
You could just lose and die on purpose, I think. Or something like that, then the trigger cuts you.
I'm not gonna lose, bro.
Alright, we'll fight it out then. Make your shit longer. Pause,
Wow, I got no, got bullets. Got that, yeah. I might be dead here. Looks like the girl's already dead. Alright. I was like, these guys saved me, saved us. Maybe I shouldn't skip the cutscene. Just kind of off there.
That cutscene was pretty good too.
I'll go back to it later. I won't have time to beat these games. I gotta skip everything.
Bob, what the test about that you're studying for?
Java programming. Just looking over the PowerPoints.
Is there like it's just 3-player co-op this entire game?
I think yeah. It's like one of them things to where it's like you just either join up on your world or like Monster Hunter, you know?
Okay, got it. So it's not like raids, dungeons.
Kind of, but like you ain't gonna get that check unless you play for a long term or I think probably.
Is it possible to have more than 3 players or go with 3?
I think
That's
it's, I could be wrong, and I forgot. I only played with 2, but I ain't never checked. Can't you just check and go to the store? It's just say a max number of players or something. Right. Fuck, I'll do it. Go back and rush this race because the game keep telling me to get off. My bad, Elden Ring.
So I guess a boss shows up soon.
I don't remember, boy. I did that shit for the moment out the way. I was not trying to retain your knowledge. Number of players is only 3.
Oh shit, there's a boss. Oh fuck. Beat him ass. Why you going after me? There are other people here.
Nigga.
Roots Mantis? Oh my god. Why are you so ugly? Yeah, he's going after another girl now. We could do friendly fire.
I'm glad I picked veteran. I told you to pick veteran because I am playing a veteran. I'm glad I told you.
Oh, why? Is Nightmare Heart?
No, I told you. I'm glad I told you to pick veteran because I did pick veteran. I knew
Okay,
I
that's
trusted
it.
I knew I trusted my gut.
You can't swap, I guess.
I can see. Actions.
Well, this is mostly gun shooting and dodging.
They got melee in there too, you know me.
I'm wasting all my bullets killing this guy. Shit. I need you guys to tank.
Shit, that's a lot of racket going on back there, AT. What you be? You talking about them talking? About they might talking about Destiny again.
We ain't talking about no Destiny. Who said that? Who said it was racket? You trying to squabble?
Yeah, that's Joe. How you doing, Joe? Welcome to the stream, Joe.
Man, Joe, how you doing? I like you. I won't get mad at you. I like you.
I got a sheet.
I thought that was for talking.
So who's that going on about such and things? That's Itachi and Mahad.
I don't know when the Toro's over. Checkpoint updated.
Get back to the base camp.
Okay.
Definitely about to be dog, bro.
I'm okay. It's hot here, but it's not like I have to work outside on the asphalt all day. Understandable, understandable. Y'all probably got that good air conditioning out there in Japan too, right? So how you holding up out there? We good. We good. We got very, very good AC in here. You know, even though I work outside, it wasn't really too bad. It wasn't really too bad. Jedi, sit down. Go sit. No. Yeah. See, your torch is popping in real quick. What's good, Tiger Punk? How you feeling? Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you popping in. I appreciate you popping in. Yeah. No, I got the... It's kind of working now. It's kind of working now. He said it's all in one go, like a pimp named Slugback. I don't know what happened. Did they kick me out the Discord?
I thought you left for your own field.
How do you love to?
Nah,
You said, who's that? You said, who's talk about stuff and things? And you said, oh, that's Maha and Itachi, you know. See, that's why. And I was like, well, damn, fuck us then, you know.
man, boy, I'm getting hurt and shit.
I'm not hurt.
Man, my shit just it be Discord. Sometimes it just, if I don't got it up, it just disconnect me sometimes. I don't know why I do that shit.
I'm gonna leave anyway.
Man, alright, boy.
Hey, quick question: is Octopath Traveler 2 a continuation of another one?
Yes. Well, no, it's a different
Jedi.
character entirely.
Sit down.
Okay, got it.
I
You don't have to
think-
play the first one at all.
Not really, but I would say do it because they add on top of Game Plus. Or if you wanted to learn that, it's fine. I would say, you know, it's OP.
Is the story good, by the way? In the
Yes,
first game?
yes, tremendous.
Alright.
I remember you literally said cap ass shit about seeing stars being better than Octopath. I was about to throw my phone.
Alright. Because I'd say the story get better as you go.
Yes, bro.
On the first one.
What character did you pick,
Kinda,
bro? Because it's the beginning of the
I
story.
picked the rogue
bro.
class. The rogue
You
dude.
picked
That
the rogue
steals
dude.
stuff.
The rogue dude has the best starter story in the game. His backstory is the best one.
Nah.
Actually, no, it's not. It's the bow nigga, but his a close second.
I don't know. I wasn't feeling the story.
Hey, bro.
Move, Jedi. Move. Sit down.
But I was like maybe a couple hours in. Maybe
Couple
I
hours.
was a good 4 or 5 hours.
It's my a punk named Tiger. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm sure, bro.
I was
It's my
I had
a
4
punk named
companions.
Tiger.
I wanted to take to get the.
How long could he get what?
I had 4 companions. I went all the way to. You know the I
Move,
think
Jedi. Move.
the
Sit down.
hunter?
Sit down.
who's the hunter? The girl that's the hunter? The
Mm-hmm.
wolf.
Mm-hmm. That's the best character. But go ahead, you got to her. I think
Yeah,
the path
that's
is
hard.
the
No sugar.
path
The
isn't-
no. He leave her alone,
Passed it all
Jedi.
over the
He's
path-
bothering
nah,
Josie.
the path ain't what you
He bothering
said. So I
Josie.
can tell you how
He need to
far
go
you
sit
got
down
into.
somewhere.
Because what character you start with dictates what characters you run into, vice versa. You know, it ain't always gonna
Get
be
my big boy.
if I pick this
I
character,
don't know why
I'll
she
run
came
into the
in
same
here.
characters as you. Nah, I'll run into a different set of niggas than you because we all in different parts of
I was
parts of the
keeping.
world.
Which one? Pick him up. Hold on. Which one? He ain't want to be picked up right now. Hold on. Let me see.
But alright though, boy. Ain't
Hey,
it gonna be a new GM Nightfall tomorrow?
Ooh,
With
Jedi.
Yeah, tomorrow.
you wanna do that shit on Wednesday? Cause I'm off.
Yeah, I'm done.
Nice.
This Josie, look.
I gotta get.
She
the
too big for
conflict
this. She
out
too
of
big
that.
for this.
So I don't unlock these other classes. Subclasses.
She too big for this.
Alright.
Damn, girl. Ow. She. Come here. You come here. You come here.
Alright,
You
my
come here.
heart.
No, come here.
Alright, Bob.
Come here. Oh.
Yo,
Here go.
So I said, alright, I'm finna leave. Alright, Torball.
peace.
Damn. All right, boy. Damn. Come here. Come here, boy. She's just a puppy. She like 6, 7 years old, 8 years old. Come here, Jedi. Come on. Get there, boy. Come on. It's an anime I was watching. Some anime. So, not drawing them on. What anime you watching? Jedi, yo. You said all puppos are puppies at heart. I think you said that last time. Hold on, let me see something.
Tor, does your dog smell good?
My bad. You said what now, Bob? You said something?
Does your dog smell good?
I mean, they smell like dog.
I mean, is the smell of your dog pleasant?
I mean, not right now because I ain't watched them in a little bit. They just smell like dogs.
How-
They just smell like dogs.
How
Yeah.
often do you watch the dog?
Come here. Jedi, come here. Go sit down. I watch them about every month or so. Go lay down. No. I got them some, I think that's like some what? Coconut shampoo right now. Go sit down. What's up, June? How you feeling, man? What was the stream? Trying to finish up this art. Was there a redesign you said you was doing last time? You say, yeah, I'm gonna avoid anything on Bob proverbial watch list. Can't imagine much overlaps and incidents as it were. That's crazy. Oh my god, the dog, man. Sit down. Sit. You go sit down? Leave her alone. Shut up. Sit down. So I haven't watched JJK since the first epi, just so y'all know. I just started watching it not too long ago. Bruh. You see, if the pro tag ain't worth the watch, I ain't watching. You don't like the pro tag? To her, he wasn't even a pro tag of his own show. I mean, he is. He is. Especially now in the manga, but it's not like extra focused on him, you know. You say, yeah, it seems every time I try an anime, I get turned away by the generic East Asian everyman protagonist, self-insert Mary Sue. That's just that's the isekais and shit now. That's all they do. Sit down. Now. He said that's another thing. Why it's so low?
What's another thing? Nah, Joe, there's no lolicons in the anime I recommended. That's facts. What the hell? Which one?
Which one? Oshinoko? No, that's more like a. I don't know. It's weird. It's like a. It kind of started as a murder mystery, but I don't know what the fuck going on there now. But the first episode was pretty good.
It's a very unique anime, very interesting.
Bob, Joe, I can't read that.
I do not know.
I guess it's how it's written.
Oh, it looks like the translation of Oshinoko is "my idol's child." So I think
My
that's
idol's
like
children.
for their idol's children. Well, yes, there are children that are the children of an idol, but it's not lolicon.
It ain't no lollies up in there for real. I mean, it was like a point where they were children, but it's not like that. I promise you. It's
Yeah.
Jedi, why'd you get up again? Go sit down, man. Go sit down. Go. Move. Go. Go sit down, Jedi. Go.
That's part of the plot. That's not the whole story, because
Go
you
sit
have like
down.
the sister who is part of an idol group, and then like that's going on, but the main story is like something else. So I wouldn't call it like an idol anime or anything. That's only like a tiny part of the story. Man,
No,
this
no, you
this
kind of
man
you being
Joe,
misled. You being misled, Joe. I'm just
yeah,
letting you
this
know.
man Joe is being
You
too
just
what they call
you
judging the book by the title. Nah.
yeah you judging the book by its cover right now, Joe. You ain't gonna get the full picture until you at least watch the first episode.
Yeah. I mean, at first I saw the title and I was like, "Oh, idol anime. I don't watch idol anime." But then I watched episode 1 and it was different.
Jenna, go sit down. Not necessarily, no.
I don't
It's
think
not.
so.
It's not. That's not the story.
Nah, I haven't seen that in this anime. Because you see, Joe, the sister wants to be an idol, so she has her own idol group. But then the brother wants to be an actor. So there's like two things going on. So, I don't really know about the idol industry.
You might like this one, Joe. I think you should probably at least try to get the first episode to try. You know, it's damn near a movie, but
What are you referring to, Joe? Do you mean like how there's fans of idols in Japan? Like, I don't really know how that is because I'm not really a fan of any Japanese idols. I just like anime songs. Man, this man Joe really does not want to try new anime. You're lost, Joe. You're lost. Oh, this man Joe just does not like the idol industry. I don't know why.
it's not trying to rehabilitate it, bro. In fact, how the idol industry is part of what make the plot. The plot. It's not trying to redeem it. It's not trying to help that shit. I'm trying to tell, bruh. Like it paints the idol industry in a bad light. I'm trying not to say too much because it'd be spoilers if I say too much. But I'm saying it's not how you think it's gonna be. You said to hold on for an episode of what anime? You ever see Oshi no Ko?
It doesn't romanticize the idol industry, that's for sure.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's the opposite. Like
Yeah.
why you still over here, man? Go sit down, Jedi. You said, nah, you ain't gonna. Okay, I mean, okay, all right. We tried to tell y'all. I mean, it's all good though. No, it does no, it does not rehabilitate the perception of it. That's what I'm saying. It's if anything, it show the true colors of that shit. I mean, you don't gotta watch it though. You know. I just don't know why you be asking for recommendations. You ain't.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't even give the recommendations a chance. No, there is the protag is male. The protag see. I'm not trying to spoil nothing. Man, look, bro. Oh my god, look, man.
There's a male protagonist, but he's not the only focus. There's like other major characters.
Like it's hard to say what's going on in the shit without spoiling it.
I'll just say there's a lot of major characters, and it's like, some anime, it's like all of the characters except the main one are like cardboard. But in this anime, all the characters are really fleshed out.
You said I asked, but I explicitly preemptively, but preempted Bob's recommendation. My production says I was dismiss it out of hand. I mean,
Nah, don't do me like that. The anime I recommend has nothing to do with ecchi or whatever. I can guarantee.
Jenna, sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down.
Man,
Go sit down. Go.
I can't talk about anime with this guy Joe. He's just assuming my tastes
Nope.
are a bunch of ecchi lolicon stuff.
Go.
I already told this man I'm not recommending ecchi anime.
Go. Bruh. Go sit down.
I don't know what this guy Joe is saying. Well, what anime are you into, Joe? Then the mystery, suspense?
Bob then probably seen everything under the sun.
Yeah, I've seen all the
That man,
different anime.
that man.
I seen Death Parade too. It was decent. The Wisteria Wand and Sword is a fantasy world. I don't think I'd call it self-insert. It's not isekai. It's just a protagonist guy doing stuff. But if you don't want like fantasy type stuff, then in that case,
Come here. He said, I want mysterious and suspense, but they come too quickly, like an advertisement. And we trying to tell you, if you want mystery and suspense, you gotta watch Oshi no Ko. But y'all shooting that one down. That's literally that shit's whole premise.
The Wisteria Wand and Sword, I don't know if I would call the main
No.
character a Mary Sue, like
No.
he's a good guy.
Ja, please. You sit down.
But he's not like overpowered. So, I mean, I guess I could tell you just the premise. So the main character can't use magic, and then of course everyone in that world can use magic, but then there's like dwarves who also can't use magic, so they didn't say, but like probably the guy is half dwarf, so that's why he can't use magic like normal people. So then he has to like fight with a sword, but he's not overpowered. So like it's interesting because you got to see, okay, how's he gonna compete with these mages since he can't use magic. And yeah, there's like some anime that had that premise like Black Clover, but this anime is pretty interesting. So I don't know if I would call the main guy a Mary Sue, because like, I mean, he's a good guy, but he's not overpowered or anything. And he has to use strategy and stuff. So I like anime like that, where the main character, he has to like use strategy to fight. The Wisteria Wand and Sword anime that I recommended. So like, the main character, since he doesn't have magic, he has to use a lot of strategy when he fights with his sword. So that's why I'm interested in the anime, because you know, if he was just OP, that'd be boring. But you gotta use the strategy. And I don't know if I would say he's a Mary Sue. Like, yeah, I get that sometimes characters can just be bland, but I think he's pretty dynamic. So other than those anime, like there's a lot of anime I have seen of different genre, but I'd have to like pull them up here.
But yeah, Tiger Punk, you got any recommendations for Joe? Since he would ask you, he don't like our recommendations, I guess.
Yeah. But we only recommended 2 to be fair. Let me pull up like 2 more. I'm trying to recommend some newer anime because Joe has probably seen some of the old, well-known ones. So let me see what came out last season. Now, there's some anime that came out last season. I don't know how up to date Joe is with the seasonal anime, but like, Tori, you've heard of that anime Kaiju number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that anime was decent, but like I wouldn't recommend it really because it was on 12 episodes and it doesn't really go anywhere. So I'm trying to recommend stuff that like you can really get into and it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. So I'm not really going to recommend any anime that only had 12 episodes and just end nowhere.
You said, nah, I watched most of the latest and now going back a bit for others. Okay.
I mean, maybe you would consider the guy in Wisteria a Mary Sue. I'm not sure. Like, he's a good guy, but Tor, what do you think? What makes an anime protagonist a Mary Sue?
When they always win, they get overpowered, they get all the girls, they can do no wrong.
Like, I don't know, maybe Joe's looking for a protagonist with like I don't know, with a little bit of darkness. The Oshinoko protagonist has a little bit of darkness there. Okay, I will say that the Wisteria anime, I wouldn't really call it a harem. There's like 2 girls that like him. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to see here. So a protagonist that's not just like completely a good guy, I guess. Because then you could also say like the Kaiju number 8 protagonist is a Mary Sue. Because, I mean, he's like just really strong and he's always a good guy. So yeah, trying to see here.
You said an undeservedly capable self-insert character is a Mary Sue. That nigga gotta be an insert character. They just gotta be, if they as you said, undeservedly capable, overly capable.
That's the weird thing. Like
everybody likes them, even the villains might like them.
Yeah, like I see what you're saying. One anime I saw last season that was really interesting was the Go Go Loser Ranger anime. Have you heard of that? Uh, Joe saying that the Kafka guy in Kaiju number 8 is not a Mary Sue. But like, isn't he a good guy who's like just really strong all of a sudden?
I mean,
And couldn't you say his power is kind of undeserved since he just got it randomly? I don't know. Yeah, the Go Go Loser Ranger, where that came out last season, and it's like based on
so
Power Rangers.
y'all got a story y'all working on that's outside of normal current gen anime. What you mean? Yeah, the Japanese name I think is like what, Ranger Reject,
Something about Ranger.
but in America they named it Go Go Loser Ranger.
I'm really trying to understand what Joe means by Mary Sue then, cause like, then I would think, okay, someone who's everyone likes them and they're just like always a good guy, but like isn't that who Kafka is? Everyone likes him and he's a really
You
good
said
guy.
being
So
strong doesn't make
it
a
makes him a
Mary
Mary
Sue.
Sue. Man, I know Mary Sue, they're like perfect, but like I don't know what makes Kafka not a Mary Sue, but then the Wisteria guy a Mary Sue. I do not understand.
You said being strong is what makes. I mean, to be fair, in the context of like those anime, being strong does kind of fit into the category of Mary Sue as well because they can't be beaten. That's part of being a Mary Sue. They're perfect. They like who gonna beat them? Who gonna stop them? You said not fantasy or something unique. I'm obviously going with something unique. Are you talking about what we working on? Like, what you about, like, for my game and stuff? Like, my story? I mean, what I see is it's 100% unique now. It's like my idea is like geared towards kind of like battle shonen type of deal, inspired by shit like Naruto and Bleach but my shit take place in modern day. It's not in no fantasy world or nothing. It's modern day times, like here in our type of world. My shit usually like that. I prefer that setting, or if I do futuristic too. Like I know your shit different too, Tiger Punk. Like I don't. I don't got a complete grasp of what kind of story you going for, but like from your character designs alone, I can tell that your story gonna be kind of different. So you want a quick synopsis? Sure. I'll read a synopsis. He said you gonna have to go buy anime list and look for anime yourself,
Facts. Like you
dude.
just go spring 2024, summer 2024, like just sort by season, and you can read all the synopses at once on the same page, which it looks like that's what Joe wants. Because all he does is read the synopsis, he doesn't watch it. So what's the point of recommending it if he only goes based on the synopsis instead of what people say? That's what I'm saying, Joe. So you only look at the character design and you only look at the synopsis. Those are the two things you use to decide if you're going to watch it. So why do you need recommendations? Just look at the character design and the synopsis on my anime list. That's what you need.
You said a tree called Tree of Convergence, a fusion of the Tree of Life and Knowledge. Once existed to bring people together, but they ended up mistreating it, breaking into two new kinds of trees and stealing its resin to form spiritual abilities depending on the kind of heart/emotion you have. Okay. So like do the two different types of trees. He said names read. I does what? Why do I read names that you? Damn, it's been forever, bro. Where you been at, man? What's going on? So that ability stand from that emotion. Like, dude, what kind of tree they still like with the trees? Like, do the trees have like different types of abilities they would give somebody? Or my bad, I'm just trying to understand. What error did I just get? Out of range. You see, if it is me because I thought I say hi. And by the way, I'm not the same edgy person that kept swearing in every sentence I'd say. I mean, that's good to hear. You know, people grow and change. You know, how you been though? Torball is what's good. Keo, how you feeling tonight? Welcome to the stream. He said, Joe, bro. Where am I getting errors at? Line 5. You say, okay, one part of the new tree is hidden outside of a plane of existence, and the physical one is a tampered version. They still ransom from. That's interesting. Damn. You know, but I'm gonna move over to my Discord chat since ain't nobody here.
Yeah, okay.
You said, nah, I need to check out my Japanese reading practice for some of these short stories. I'm going to hit up the message boards tonight to see what idol fans think of Oshinoko. You said basically, it's basically up to anyone to restore peace to the tree. Sorry, peace to the tree or trees. What kind of setting is your world? If you don't mind me asking? Oh my God, it's fucking dog. Hold on. So anyways, it was nice meeting you again. Unfortunately, I have to go now to see everyone in Torball. Good luck on your code. All right, man. Have a nice one. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Said modern day setting. Okay, cool. That's the best type of stuff. I mean, I guess I could have told that by the style of outfits your characters wear. Oh shit, it's working. So why is it? Oh, so it's working, but it's being weird about the other ones. y'all really have that anime recommendations.
Yeah.
You said, "Now I can stop here and tell you something even more interesting about all this." But I mean, if you want to continue, I'm I'm cool. I'm cool. I will read it. I like the other people's ideas and stories. You know.
Man, this man Joe does not have 5 minutes. I understand you don't have 5 minutes in your day.
What? I didn't
You
say
do not
that.
have 5 minutes to watch an anime.
It takes more than 5 minutes to watch an anime. Like a series is what, like 18-minute runtime per episode, usually 12, maybe 24 episodes in a
Joe, I
season.
told you
Not
you can
for
tell if
that
it's trash in the first 5 minutes.
Oh, maybe you can.
But Joe, you're saying you can tell if it's trash in the first 0 minutes because you haven't even seen it. So what are you talking about?
Like the cover, the synopsis, the Wikipedia page.
Exactly. So you think you can tell if it's
concisely
trash with the
tell-
synopsis? So you think you can't tell in the first 5 minutes? You should be able to tell then.
I didn't say trash, by the way. I said not to my taste.
Well, you said
Yeah,
if you were early
Same
spoiler.
difference.
Now, if you spoiling too much, you don't gotta spoil too much about it.
But I'm saying if you are going by the synopsis, then I don't know what's stopping you from going by the first 5 minutes.
Bob versus Joe is not what I expected.
'cause I don't think it's gonna be to my taste, man. Look, I'm not one to quickly pass judgment per se. I'm not saying the anime's trash. There are things that aren't to my taste that are perfectly fine. But like there are things I know I'm not going to be able to watch peacefully. It's the same with any kind of military movie. They drive me insane. They're not grounded in reality enough for me to get through even 5 minutes of viewing one.
Well, of course. So, yeah, like, I understand you saying it's not to your taste, but like, I still don't understand why you don't want to watch 5 minutes to see because, like, I don't know what you ask for recommendations, but then you don't want to try any single one. So it's like, I only think recommendations can work like that because
Oh,
at
I've
that point
watched.
you should
I've
just
tried to
go
watch
look at synopsis
basically
yourself.
everything. I've tried to watch a lot of stuff recommended in here. Not everything, but I've tried several.
I can
Now, name
understand where
one
both
that
y'all
you've
coming
tried.
from
What's one
because
that you've tried?
well, I think Joe just he's just thinking because of the synopsis that it's primarily about idol stuff.
Well, no, I got like the whole mystery element of it, and I saw the bit about reincarnation and so on. I won't delve all the way into it, but I got the gist of what it's going at. But I was just glancing over a form a minute ago, and what I was seeing was that this series is massively popular with Japanese idol fandom. That much I've already established, and that's never a
Okay, so
good sign,
maybe
right?
because of the whole idol thing, you don't want to watch Oshinoko. But then what about the Wisteria one? You think it's just a generic fantasy,
I
but
told
I'm
you
saying it's not
there
like
there are
that.
at
So you don't
least
want to
three
try that
things
one
that are
either?
killing anime for me right now. One of those is the generic everyman insert, which they have like the generically East Asian character design with the same hairstyle and all that.
let me
Usually
look
it's
this one up.
isekai, but not
I ain't even looking to
exclusively.
this. Let me look
And
into this.
Okay, then what about
the
Go
Wisteria
Loser
one,
Ranger? Have you seen that?
I didn't grab that one. I know like the Wisteria one, like just off, just off the bat, like the cover art for it is just a generic self-insert everyman character, like in every isekai. It doesn't look like it's an isekai per se, but uh, it's got him, and he incidentally collects a harem of like young girls
Well,
that
first
did
of
all
all,
of the
that's not a
generic art.
harem because he's only friends with them. And then second of all,
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, you
yeah.
say he's an
And
everyman, but like you haven't even seen it, so I don't know what you're saying. You haven't
no, I
even
said
seen
the
it.
character
I don't think
design
you can
was
say he's
the
an everyman.
generic. I said the character design was the generic, like the generically East Asian self-insert everyman character.
Well, it sounds like you just don't like the character designs then.
Well, no, that's a part of it. Like
Which I guess
let me
if
let me
that's
put it
your
this way.
basis
Like
for watching an anime, then you do you if you just don't like the character designs.
oh that's a big part. I told you it's not to my taste. It's like you compare that main character, that protagonist, to say like Yugi or Yami from Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh's a fucking kids show, but there's more character in Yugi than there is in like any protagonist that comes out in these contemporary like isekai or fantasy anime.
Kyo said that's why you gotta watch Vinland Saga, Joe.
Have you seen that,
I
Joe?
did watch Vinland Saga. That was excellent.
Oh, he's seen it already.
Okay.
He's seen it already.
Yeah, so then look up Go-Go
Yeah, I
Loser
trust
Ranger.
Kyo's take on anime. If Kyo enjoys it, I might enjoy it.
Okay, so look up Go-Go Loser Ranger right now.
I like I told you before, I don't watch too much anime anymore, so I can't really do too many recommendations. But then I'm looking at with Story of Wand and Sword. I ain't gonna lie, that the main character do kind of got that look.
What is this?
But what,
So I
Go
have,
Loser Ranger?
Sentai Dai Ishikaku.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Go Loser. Okay. Okay, yeah, I found it.
I probably should watch that one though. I'm some
Yeah,
big
so
Power
let me know what
Ranger
you
type
think
of
about
fan.
that.
He said that Bob pick up a Millennium Puzzle or something, bro turned into Yami Bob.
No, it's all because Joe was saying
What
that
the fuck is
he didn't watch
Yami
anything
Bob?
I recommended because I'm a lolicon. So I took offense to that.
I did. That's not what I said.
You said
I
you were
very
like
professional.
Oshinoko. That's about lolicons, isn't it? I see the title, so you already assumed I recommend lolicon stuff.
No, I initially asked Tiger for a question about an anime they were watching, and about recommendations. And you said something about recommending something, and I said
Right.
It's probably okay because I don't think that there's going to be much overlap in our taste for anime.
Yes, and then after that, you're like, I
You
told you
assumed-
Oshinoko, and then you're like, oh, that's a lolicon anime, isn't it? So
No,
you
I
already
said that
assumed
sounds
stuff.
like some lolicon anime.
Exactly.
And
So
I
you're
said
being
that
assuming
because it's
stuff about
oshi,
me.
because it's oshi no ko. Osu no meishi wa oshi no ko. Like it's literally like a child who is your oshi, right? Like I can piece those together and be like, okay, well, a child should never be your oshi, so that's already a problem.
Okay, well, anyway, what do you think about Go-Go Loser Ranger?
What's a Oshi? Bob? Bob
It's
Joe?
someone. It's like someone you idolize, like that you obsess over. I know it's tied into the idol industry, like that kind of language.
Are you sure?
It's not
Are you
exactly
sure
like
it's
an idol
saying?
that we have in the West.
Are you sure it's saying like the child is the idol? It's just because I'm reading like the translations. They're saying it's the idol's children,
Oh,
and not that
No,
that the child is the idol.
and the literal translation wouldn't work, right? As it so often wouldn't with Japanese once you truncate it. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but even reading the synopsis, it doesn't seem like that's the case there.
No,
I
that's
think
the
it would be
case.
Something like
That's the case of it. The main focus is the children of the idol. Not, I mean, they're not necessarily kids,
so
but
they
like,
don't. So they are not trying to become idols or enter the idol industry.
well, that's
Eventually,
so
one of them
that's
is.
that's because of the mom. Though. Like you have to see. That's what I'm saying. You have to actually watch the first episode to really get a grasp of like what the story is doing, like the focus of the story. And I'm trying to, I'm just saying, like, if I say anything too deep about it, it'll be a spoiler. But
Fine,
like,
it's just when I think of like the context of somebody saying it's like it's usually in the context of like a guy talking about his favorite idol, right? Like it's not something I would, it might have a bit of a double entendre to it, but generally speaking, I assume that's probably just a truncation of like the full sentence as you would see extensively in Japanese.
looking at it, I mean, that might be, they might do that on purpose because it can be translated into either my favorite idol or the idol's children or their idol's children. So that's probably on purpose, and it makes sense. Like both of them make sense in one. Like just to see how how the story goes. I mean, like what happens in the story. That both of those make sense.
Yeah, it could have like a double entendre, kind of like Anzen Daiichi, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's probably why they did that. It probably is a double entendre. To be honest with
and
you.
I do like how double entendres can work. They can work a little better in Japanese in some contexts. Like, like my favorite example is Anzen Daiichi because I see it written in the shipyards I work at all the time, like a union slogan. Because it's like literally like safety number one or first in safety. It could be read either way.
Okay. You
So
said
like the union can be saying like we're first in safety and safety is number one at the same time. I really love that one. But you see that a lot in Japanese too.
you said to be fair, since Joe do be in Nippon, the
Yeah,
assumption of
but
the title makes sense. He
yeah,
probably
Kill,
sees
like
idol slap all the time.
my issue isn't saying like it's probably going to be a bad anime. I'm saying it's not going to be to my taste. And my reasoning for thinking that is because like I'm perusing here, and it's something that's widely celebrated by the idol fandom. It's it almost feels like it's something that's just there to provide cover for the industry, right? Like, Japanese businesses are terrible about this. It's not unique to Japan by any stretch, but you engage in some selective self-criticism and like and it rehabilitates your image to an extent, right? Like, oh well, if we can acknowledge there are issues, then we can say, but that's the exception. And by and large, the industry is something that serves a important purpose in society because we're just trying to enjoy life and celebrate together with our fans, and everybody's trying to have a good time. As long as everybody understands that these critical parts of the industry shouldn't be preserved or celebrated, the rest of it's okay. It's like like structurally, the whole industry is mostly problematic, especially when you consider that the industry exists on the backs of like predominantly 12 to 18-year-old girls, and definitely nobody over the age of 30.
Understandable.
Yeah, it's like it's that term, rehabilitation, right? Like if you're rehabilitating the image, like what's that guy's name? Kevin Spacey, right? Like he's always having to do this rehabilitation stuff every time a new allegation comes out about him having his way with some young actor, right? And inevitably, some network will pick him up and rehabilitate his image, and it's all okay now. We can go back to watching whatever he puts out because he's a good actor.
Bruh.
But the anime may be great. However, I'm not going to be able to enjoy it if all I'm thinking about is, and this is basically engaging in the most superficial criticism of the industry in a way that highlights, maybe the worst excesses of it, but paints it in such a way as to make the point that this is really the exception, which, generally speaking, it's just not the exception.
I see what you're saying. I understand your reasoning. Me, I don't really get into the politics and everything. If I enjoy it, I watch it. But I understand if it interferes with your enjoyment.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I'm not saying it's a bad show or that it'd be unenjoyable. It's just I would almost certainly be unable to enjoy it in the context of the knowledge I have. So I made the military comparison. I was in the military, so I can't enjoy any military shows now because all I see are all the glaring errors.
Okay, so putting aside the idol stuff and also the fact that it seems you don't like fantasies that are leaning towards generic, in that case...
No, fantasy is fine. The lazy self-insert characters, not so much.
I wouldn't call it lazy self-insert, but putting that anime aside because, I don't know, it seems too generic for you. Okay, then the Go-Go Loser Ranger I recommend, and then this anime that came out 2 seasons ago called Migi to Dali, Migi and Dali. So look one of those up and let me know what you think.
Also, Tiger Punk, I did read what you sent. My bad, they were just talking, so I wasn't trying to just jump in there, mug. But that is like, what's? Do you mind if I ask you like, what's the scope of the abilities? Like, you know, like what kind of, like, is there like what is it, elemental, or I know you got a lot of like the animals in there too, like the tigers and stuff. Like is it like you know, animal based stuff, or you know what's the scope? Like what kind of shit can be done with that power system? So you could cut us off T-ball or stream. I mean, I ain't trying. You know, I ain't trying to be have a messy over here. Is all, you know. I ain't trying to get it like everybody talking at once. Because that be happening sometimes, and we just be up in here loud as shit. But I mean, I appreciate it though. You said Tiger should jump in and explain that we can't talk over me. It's all good.
Migi Todari, right? Like, is that how's it spelled? Like, the English spelling's fine. I can't find it.
Oh, in English, Migi and Dali. In Japanese, it's Migi Todali.
He got the Japanese stuff, so you probably gotta send him the Japanese.
Man, I don't know the kanji for this.
Let me see if I can find it on Wikipedia or something. Oh, there it is. I got it. Yeah, you can hold on. I gotta type it on.
No, I found it with the English spelling. I can type in English.
You're right. True.
It's just the site that I'm looking for it on isn't in English by default, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you could like search it in on there and find it on the sites you own, because you get the Japanese sites.
Yeah, I'm region locked. Yeah, I found it.
We just don't get a VPN. Oh shit! I forgot my drinks. You said, depending on how strong the emotion is, it can range from elemental to constructive powers. Okay.
Now, is this plot for like a video game?
No.
I'm talking about Tiger Punk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think he working on animations and stuff like that, or he be animating. I'll be right back.
Oh shit, animate. Does that make Tiger Punk an official anime guy? Is he another anime man in the community? Who's the other anime man? Two Punch? Is that what he goes by?
Don't be killing me.
That definitely looks like a unconventional plot device there.
Yes, it's a very unconventional anime.
That's not Kyo.
Has some comedy, mystery. So, I'd say it's very good.
This is Joe in the chat.
And also, the story finishes by the end, so no, like you're not waiting for more. Like it's a complete story.
Kyo. Wait, I'm not Kyo. Kyo's a Dutchman. I've never heard them in chats or like in voice chat, so I assume they talk with like a generic Dutch accent, which I probably couldn't replicate. Like, what's the Family Guy skit? Dutch TV is not very good, we assume. Kyo's gonna have to jump in and defend that someday.
So, do you think you're gonna give that anime a try?
I made a note about it. We'll see. I'm not watching
Okay.
any anime today. I'm sitting here typing up my work
Yeah.
report.
And then how about Go-Go Loser Ranger?
I keep getting distracted before I look that up. What was that again? Sentai something or other.
Let me see.
No, I found it.
So I'm gonna make sure that we're about clogs too, Joe.
Yeah, I assume wooden shoe.
Assume what?
It's a pun. Clogs, wooden shoe.
Who are you talking to?
He talking to Kia.
Kyo made a joke about wearing their clogs, and I asked wooden shoe.
Get it? Like wouldn't you? Wooden shoe? You said wooden shoe.
Eventually
I get it.
I know.
What's good, Punch? How you feeling, man?
Hey, I was just asking about Two Punch. So we have both the of the anime folk in here.
Who the other one?
Yeah, I don't think Bob's connected it just yet. Give him time to cook. He'll figure it out.
Yeah, I got the wooden shoe after he typed it.
I have no idea whether or not the Dutch actually wear that. Oh, by the way, Kyo, I got to go to Christ, what was it called? Dejima. Like the Dutch trading post in Japan from the 1700s.
See the issue now. This is constantly resetting the shits, because every time, man, it's always an issue somewhere. So it's never getting to those. It's just.
So how does your passport work now? Did you have a British passport? Did you have a European passport? Like, after Brexit, did that mess things up? Like visa?
I'm doing all good, Two Punch. I'm just, chilling.
Lots of fun-looking plot there.
It's also very unconventional. Now they do use the Power Ranger theme, but like they go completely left field with it. So yeah, very enjoyable. A lot of twists and turns. Like that's probably one of the anime with the most twists and turns I've seen in a long time. Very unexpected stuff happens. And also the main character is like very unique because you saw the main character is the bad guy, right?
Yeah, well, I've seen that kind of exploration before. The it is all it can be done quite interestingly, like when you set the protagonist as someone aligned against the hero.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's one of my favorite type of stories where you have that kind of protagonist.
But I mean, the real question is, can you get it right in execution? Because I think all too often the author makes the mistake of turning the protagonist into an anti-hero. So you can have a villain protagonist who is actually just an outright bad guy, right? They're clearly the more morally dubious one, the one whose motives or ends are most questionable. But if you just turn them into an anti-hero, then you're really just coming back full circle. You've turned the
Uh-huh.
hero into the villain, and now it's just the anti-hero's perspective against a villain who's framed as a good guy. Which plenty of narratives frame the traditional good guy as the villain. Like just look at Robin Hood, right?
Yeah.
But if you want to avoid making a Robin Hood story, then you've got to be careful not to let your villain protagonist become an anti-hero. And most shows don't pull that off. Most narratives don't pull that off.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. This one, I don't really know where it would fall because um, even finishing the first season, it's unclear which way this guy will go. But I don't think he needs to stay a villain if they turn out to make him an anti-hero, as long as
Ah, I
the
see
story
I
is good.
fucked up. Damn.
Because
God damn it.
whether
That
he's an
doesn't.
anti-hero or a villain, we're still seeing where he goes. But like, if he just ends up being an anti-hero, I would be fine with that because like, you know, he's unconventional.
And if he becomes an anti-hero, he's not that unconventional. And I suppose that's the definition of an anti-hero, though, right?
Yeah.
Like a hero that's antithetical to like the tropes that are generally associated with like a Epic of Gilgamesh style hero.
Yeah, because to see like a show where the main character is truly like bad, I don't know. That's like very rare. I don't remember the last one I've seen like that.
It's exceptionally rare. I mean, as far as anime go, I could only give one decisive example of that in
Which
anime.
one is that?
That would be Overlord.
Oh yeah, Overlord.
Yeah, Overlord decisively, at least in as so far as I had read through the story, the protagonist had remained the villain. Um, I forget which volume I had read up to. It's been too long, but yeah, it's like at least in as of far as I had read, there was no heel turn. Like the protagonist was just a true sociopath through and through, with malevolent ambitions.
I don't blame him though. If I was in another world that was like a video game, I wouldn't really care. I would be a villain too.
Well, the biggest underpinning of that, uh, from the onset, was the special skill that nullifies his ability to feel empathy. And like it literally just turns him into a person with like some severe sociopathy, like a very severe like antisocial personality disorder of some kind that's forced on him when he assumes that body. So basically, it's alluded to all throughout the series that he's lost his humanity, as it were, his ability to feel empathy, and that's really what drives him into kind of just casually wrecking havoc in the way that he does.
Okay, so I recommended those two, and then do you want to hear more recommendations? I'm recommending like one, maybe like two from each year. That's the frequency.
I feel free to, but remember, I didn't ask for any recommendations, Bob. So don't
Joe, if you ask
don't take it
recommendations in
personally if I
the
turn them
Torball
down.
chat, expect to get recommendations.
I know, but I thought I could caveat my way out of certain recommendations.
Well, I'm not recommending any ecchi or whatever. I'm recommending these genuine anime.
Oh, ecchi, man, that's a term I really don't hear very often these days. Like, is that still commonly used in like anime fandom spaces?
Yeah, it's a genre.
Like, ecchi is, ecchi. I've never gotten the appeal of it because like if you want to just if you want something
Like
that's sexual in nature, you can just go all the way over to like hentai,
that's
right?
how I feel about it too, to be honest. So I don't
So that's
really.
why I don't watch ecchi.
Yeah, I don't watch.
Yeah. I think there was I think there's only ever been 2 series that I'd seen that would fall in that genre that were worth anything. um what was that called? That I didn't actually watch that one. That was a manga I read well over a decade ago. I think King Daimyo or something like that. And I thought they leaned into it in a fairly subversive way, which kind of broke away from the standard tropes of the ecchi genre at that point in time, back in the 2000s. I can't remember anything meaningful about it though, so maybe that's just clouded by my having been like a teenager or something. And then what was the other one? Kill la Kill did something uh, I think they actually used it as a plot device, which is at least it was relevant to the plot. Like I think my main issue with ecchi as an anime is that like the hypersexualization or nudity is never explained in a relevant way to the plot. Yeah, it serves no purpose. It's gratuitous. I think. Am I misremembering? I feel like the anime where like the clothes drinks your blood, and the more clothes you wear, the faster it drinks your blood. What was that anime?
I don't know. I don't know. I know. Kill la Kill did have something to do with the clothes though.
Yeah, the clothes and the blood.
Yeah, the more of the clothing you wore, the faster it drank your blood. So you had to wear like the skimpiest clothing possible.
Yes, that was Kill la Kill.
Yeah, they had like guys and girls both equally running around in like skimpy clothing or like nude with like the crude censoring bars. I think that was subversive in a way that really redeems it, right? But I'd say that's probably the only solid example of an ecchi I have that had any business using it, and it wasn't even done in a particularly sexual way, which is probably the icing on the top of that cake.
You said High School DxD or Kill la Kill?
No, I don't think High School of the Dead was
not High School of the Dead. High School
even a remotely
DxD.
tasteful way.
High School
Actually,
DxD.
when somebody asked me, wait, are these not the same thing?
No. High School of the Dead is like the zombie one. High School DxD is like some demons and angels ass shit. That shit was annoying though. That one's very. It's probably like one of the most known ecchi.
I don't know that one at all. Like I've never even heard of that.
That's crazy because that's like the most popular one, or at least it was.
And did it do something that warranted like the ecchi elements of it? Like Kill la Kill actually had a plot relevant reason that wasn't gratuitous.
I watched like 2-3 episodes of that shit and did not want to watch it anymore because that was my homie favorite anime when he told me about it. So we was trying to get each other to watch each other's favorite anime. So I wanted him to watch Higurashi. He wanted me to watch this. I couldn't do it.
What did he make you watch?
High School DxD.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's his.
Is that the Dutchman?
Yes, that's Kill.
Yes, it is Dutchman.
Yes, that man had me watch this bullshit. I only watched 3 episodes.
Bro, I watched High School DxD. It was interesting. It was something. Never continued watching after that.
Okay, but did it like deserve the ecchi elements? Did it actually make use of it in a constructive way?
Uh,
Didn't you get
I wouldn't
power from
consider
like touchy
firing.
titties or something?
Yeah. I wouldn't consider touching
Yeah,
titties
that's
or
not
titty
constructive.
lasers. That's not constructive at all. I'm like, what the fuck? Hello? That shit made me laugh, man. I was like a teenager. Even then, I was just like, titty lasers? Really? Damn. I mean,
No.
I know missiles, that's some Zinger shit, but that's fine. But lasers?
Now, if
Don't
there
draw
was
the line
one ecchi I did watch when I was young, I ain't gonna lie, man. I was watching that Sekirei, boy.
there. Alright, I never watched Sekirei, but I know it's essentially just Pokemon.
It's Pokemon, but with women.
Yeah.
And only one
That's
of
crazy.
each. Come on. Well, I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
that's
all of
crazy.
them ain't women. There's some male ones, but the male ones are rare.
That is an important element, I think, too, right? Like, if they can apply it equally, that definitely helps at least.
Nah, you only seen it with the women in that one, but it was there though. I mean, there was males there, but you ain't see no male like bursting out their clothes.
You definitely saw that in Kill la Kill, right? Like,
Yeah, that's
I
yeah,
think
that
from,
one.
like,
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
episode.
Yeah, in that one, yeah, they had it like that in that one.
Yeah, I remember it's like the short little like boxing kid, like that guy who. Actually, no. In the very first scene, I think when you like see this random like guy that stole one of the uniforms, he gets beaten and like his clothes just explode out of
Bruh.
nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
John, why you keep doing this, bro?
Where did Yami Bob go, bro?
Come on.
Okay, Joe, I sent a message into Salty Spittoon with
What's up? Go.
3 more anime. So you can
My home
check them out
hero.
when you have time.
Osama ranking. I heard Osama ranking is good. I heard Dark Gathering is okay as well.
What y'all talking about? What y'all talking about now?
Some Yami Bob recommendations.
Oh.
So which ones have you seen, Joe?
I haven't seen any of them, bro. It's, I just heard it's okay. Dark Gathering, for example.
Yeah, they're good.
But I ain't watched that many animes recently. What's the last anime I watched?
Let's see. Osama Rank. Yeah, I remember that one. That was a good one.
Actually, I watched Mushoku Tensei. That was the last one I watched. Damn, I ain't watched anime for a good while.
Mushoku Tensei. What's that one about?
Basically, this protagonist named Rudius, he's a shithead IRL.
Oh,
Dies
I
completely.
know.
And then
I
he seeks to better himself. He seeks to better himself. Pretty interesting.
That one, okay, that one I got, how to put it? That hit me with another case of, like, the Usagi drop.
Oh boy. The Usagi drop.
You know what I'm talking about with the Usagi drop?
Yeah.
What's that? What's that?
Let's just say it's a show. Usagi drop, it's very wholesome at first. And it takes a
Usagi
dark
drop
path.
is the most, it's like the most Ghibli-esque, like, wholesome show. Like the anime.
You talking about that shit you said they made a part 2, but it was...
No. That they did not make a part 2 about and never will.
Oh.
Because the author lost his goddamn fucking mind.
I think you did mention that before.
So
Yeah,
whenever I think of a show like that, I call that like pulling an Usagi drop.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, so I'm gonna put 2 more anime here, and then that'll about cover it.
What animes would I recommend? I always wonder. Depends what somebody's
but
into,
like
I guess.
the Mushoku Tensei one, like that was another case of the Usagi.
Holy shit, I gotta
For
work it.
one, like I watched the first season of it without following any further, and
Holy shit, I
it
gotta
was
work it.
definitely weird, but it was weird in a way that I thought was going to be constructive, because what it looked like they were going to do was they were going to dissect like the psychological, like the kind of self-inflicted psychological trauma of hikikimori in Japan, right?
Yeah.
You know, pick apart how like the the mindset that leads these young men into becoming hikikimori, while it's not entirely without blame for themselves, kind of coming to terms in a healthy way, like all of the aspects of it, the wrongs that were inflicted upon you, the failures of your social network, your failures to your social network, and exploring how to move forward from there. As okay, so they're going to attack these things in a constructive way. They're not going to glorify it.
Mhm.
And then you realize that they're going to attack one angle of it, but they're not going to attack everything equally. Like they basically went ahead attacking like not necessarily attacking, right, but like critically picking apart the hikikimori culture, as it were, without ever constructively looking at the other element that led to him getting kicked out of his apartment in the first place.
Yeah.
Or not his apartment,
Yeah.
but because in the anime they glazed over it, but then you actually like if you look any deeper, like if you're like me who's going to actually look at the Japanese light novel or the source
Yeah.
material, you're like,
Mhm.
oh, he got
He did a
kicked
lot
out
worse.
of his apartment. Yeah, it's like, oh, he was exploiting his very, very, very young niece and producing certain materials using his very, very, very young niece.
Yeah. That's
you
why
enjoyed that
thankfully that
anime?
was left out of the adaptation.
Bruh.
No, it's an interesting
Yeah.
series in my opinion, but Joe is completely right in that sense where the author he presents some interesting ideas to be critical, but at the same time does a lot of errors with the show where he makes the character far too irredeemable in some aspects. That's the weird problem with it, because even within when he goes to the isekai world and he's trying to better himself, the author still throws some weird aspects in there, and you're like, isn't this guy trying to better himself? Why? And I get it, it's entertainment for the fans, but you kind of got to disconnect yourself from that, because you're still appealing to, you're being critical of a particular group of people while
The author
also
was
trying to
only
appeal
willing
to
to
them. It's weird.
Yeah, he's only willing to be critical to a point.
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even say unredeemable, right? I'm a very open-minded person and generally very I try to be slow to judgments
Yeah.
against people. However, I will say that if you're not able to be critical of it, then I'm not going to be empathetic towards it.
Yep, that's completely fair.
Yeah, so it's like it's not that they even trivialize it. It's that it's just accepted as okay. It was the same thing with that Netflix series, Nanatsu no Taizan.
Oh, 7 Deadly Sins. Yep.
that-
Oh boy, that was.
Deadly Sins, where it's like from the get-go, you have like this adult male character who's groping this 15-year-old,
Bruh.
and it's not ever critically assessed. It never is. Like, and it only gets worse as the series goes on. And
Yeah.
like the more context they add to why he's doing it, the worse it gets. It turns
It
out
does
that
get
like,
worse.
yeah, he's just in a perpetual cycle of grooming this little girl who always dies like at the age of 16 or something.
Oh my god, that series was a trip.
I got my inventory working, guys. It's been a while, but
Hey.
this shit work now.
Nice.
I feel like I
No
did
more
something
errors?
today. No, it's working now. I can cycle through them. I don't got no reticle
Bob,
in the cycle, but to show that.
Why
I
do you
cycle
despise
through 'em,
sports
and
anime?
I can put them down, and then
Oh, because sports bore me. That's the only
No,
reason.
sports anime is
I
literally
don't,
deep
I
genre.
don't
There's
got no ammo. Where the ammo?
Bro, I gotta put you on like Hajime no Ippo. You gotta watch that
No.
shit. That
Hey,
shit,
Hajime no Ippo.
bro. That shit. You know what they used to call me in my boxing class? Makunochi Ippo. That was my nickname. I was as tall as the.
Dude.
I was as tall as him. That's why I was. Whatever. But you know.
Then you want to talk about nostalgia? I walked into this curry house the other day, and they had like this bookshelf with manga on it, and they had like the original publication for the series.
Oh man, that's actually really cool. Oh,
Dude, you'll see that in a lot of like little cafes or some stuff here. You'll walk in and like the owner will be like 80 years old, and they bought these manga that they put on the shelf decades ago.
I'm glad that with Japan, especially, they keep those things in like very pristine condition, even if it's like store owned.
Yeah, they've
Their
got like
collection's
special
always so good.
cases that they put over them to protect them, like covers that they put over the books to protect them.
That's why, Bob. Listen, you can't be hating sports anime. I think hating sports anime because you're not a fan of sports, it's not a good argument. That's just
I mean, I've seen clips on YouTube of sports anime, but like, I'm not interested.
depends on the sports anime. I think sports anime is a peak genre. Japan does it perfectly a lot of the time. You know, great amount of tension, great characters. I think it's good. It's a good genre.
This is a lot. Okay, let's see. Dark Gathering. Oh, that's easy. It's written in katakana. Dude, I actually hate that. I hate what's called gairaigo, like foreign words, foreign loan words in Japanese. I despise their obsession with katakana. Oh, Kyo, you're Dutch, right?
Yes.
You know what like a landesol is?
Orlando Solis.
No, is like a landesol.
Not ringing any bells.
Let's see. Yeah, here's the spelling for it. I think this is the Dutch spell. There you go, YouTube chat.
Ooh, let me just check. Oh, Ransel.
Yeah, what did I say? Did I say Nandasel?
Yeah, Ransel. But it's Ransel.
Yeah, Ransel. Like in English, we would say rock.
Yeah.
Rock would probably what we would call it. Or like
We can call it as a. Yeah, we could also call it a rucksack or a knapzak, and yeah, Ransel is also same thing.
Yeah. But you know, this is a great example of how Japanese just butcher these. And this isn't the worst example of it, but you know, like Nando said it in Japanese refers explicitly and exclusively to like the kinds of like hard case bags that preschoolers wear to school.
Ah.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, you're using it wrong, and the pronunciation is difficult. It's like that with most of the foreign words that they use here.
What are you doing, Joe? What's that?
Alright, I'll be muted for a bit. I gotta go back to the work dungeons for a bit.
Alright, good
I'm
luck.
sorry, Joe. Hang in there.
So no, it's all good. I'll survive.
Let's see. So Dark Gathering. What is this?
Or knows about that one.
Do I?
The one where it was that like that one episode where it was like hell no with the ghosts and stuff, you know.
I do not recall. I remember y'all was watching this. Wasn't the Alchemist watching this one?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's the
Bob,
one
I
with
really
the
think you
little
would
girl
find
who is would you call her an exorcist? Demon hunter? Or ghost hunter? I'm not sure. And the main character is that one guy you see there, and he's like really weak, but he has the spirit. So that's entertaining.
He has the spirit. He just there doing shit.
Yeah, he just there doing shit.
I am trying to think of how I can solve this problem. What's mysterious disappearances?
I don't know
Oh, that's
anything
that-
about it, but
That's that
any
new one.
dude, any series that's brave enough to actually just end, it gets a plus from me. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
I'll give props to any author who will just kill their story. Like, my story has a definitive end. There is nothing more. It's dead. Like with Japanese authors, usually they have to die for their show to die, and even then, that's not always enough.
Toriyama.
Oh yeah, like that man drove himself into an early grave meeting fucking deadlines for Shonen Jump or whatever.
Yeah. They need work.
Like,
They need
seriously.
better working conditions.
Man, the thing is, it's not even a matter of working conditions, right? Because there have been other mangaka at his level of success, and they make their own schedule. Like the producers, studios, they will work around their schedule no matter what. But you know, the culture of it just drives them to these insane lengths. It's like look at Eiichiro Oda, like
Out of loop for One Piece.
that's sensei. Yeah,
Anime, One
he's
Piece.
yeah, One Piece. He has only in the last few years started taking meaningful breaks. But at some point, he just realized, hey, I can just tell them me and my team are taking a week off next week, and he does it like once a month. He'll be like, yeah, you know, next week's a break week, and he even writes it in at the end of his chapter. It's like, you know, next week's on break. And it's like, oh, okay, and nobody cared. Like everybody's like, oh, cool, whatever.
I feel like have they always been like that? Because I feel like that might be like something just more recent. They started lexing. Because I know like it's other like you know mangaka that do that too. Like the one who make My Hero, they were taking a lot of breaks in between chapters, like 1 or 2 week breaks before they drop a chapter. Like for like the past few years.
I think that's sensei. I think he was the one that first made it an acceptable concept amongst like the elite mangaka, as it were.
Who was?
To let them
My bad.
like Oda Sensei, like the
Okay.
author of One Piece, and he was the one that first kind of tested the waters on it. Because I think one of the biggest fears is the fear of fan backlash, and then he did it, like he tested it, and his fans were all like, "Oh yeah, that's cool, whatever." And then suddenly it's like, you know, if you're big enough, if you're successful enough, you probably can just take a week off. Sometimes he takes 2 or 3 weeks off now, and everybody's just okay with it.
I mean, shit, I don't mind waiting. I already wait monthly just to read Boruto. Shit, I mean...
That's another example of a show that's never gonna die.
Yeah, Naruto, yeah.
Dude, Naruto should have ended at episode 50 and cut out about half of the original series.
what were in there? What were in there?
That's what I mean, though. Like, not every story has to tie up every end, right? Like, especially if you write your world in a certain way. It's like, look at Tolkien, right? Tolkien didn't actually tie up every loose end in the world. The world was too expansive. But it's okay, sometimes that's just how things are in life. You don't always get to put a neat bookend on everything.
That's true. That's true.
But if you're a good author, I feel like you can write those, those trailing ends in such a way as to feel okay. Departures of characters that you never really find out how things ended up going for them.
True. I mean, yeah, it's always best when the author can make it like leave it out for people's interpretation. Give it, make it that make it more interesting to me at least to think about like how what characters end up doing instead of like being told exactly.
Yeah, I think you have to trust your audience to an extent, and I feel like to do that, your audience also has to trust you as well. And that's something that's really hard to find in conventional media.
That's true.
I like the opposite of it is how would I even describe it? The way it tends to express itself is like a inability to be sincere, like a demand for levity. I think the most egregious case are like Marvel movies, but this isn't specific to just like movies, right? This could be in any medium. Like in Marvel, I challenge you, you will not find a single serious scene in any of the Marvel franchise, like the Disney's Marvel franchise, that isn't interrupted by some forced moment of levity to like almost to punish the viewer for being invested emotionally. So it's like you can even have what should be an otherwise tragic scene, and they have to interrupt it to shoehorn in some fucking joke. It's like you learn not to trust them, right? Like you can't get emotionally invested in it because every time you do, they're just like, haha, well, don't take it all too seriously. We're all just having fun here.
That's true. Damn, why did it fuck up
But,
this time? What the hell? It just worked a second ago.
It's like Dark Gathering, that's a super school.
A super what?
My homie. Super school is like it's a trope. Like, not just in anime. In fact, if anything, it was popularized by Harry Potter. But the concept of a super school is like, that's kind of what it sounds like, right? It's a school that's beyond the typical conventions of a school. It's like, in Harry Potter, it's obviously like Hogwarts and, the Magical Academy and so forth. But, it can take all sorts of forms. In anime, it's super popular. But
Now that one is actually not a super school. The little girl, she like fights supernatural ghosts, but she just goes to a normal school. And the story is about her and her cousin, and then the other guy, who they go fight ghosts for reasons that I won't get into because it would spoil it. But they have to fight ghosts, and these ghosts are like super bad and kill people. So that's what happens.
let me ask you this, because the synopsis doesn't tell me this, but let's start with this. Is there a student body council?
No, the school is not even part of the story, really.
Okay, maybe that's okay then. With Japanese super schools always have a student body council that...
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of those student body anime either.
Dude, it's like they inexplicably have this vast power,
Right.
and faculty are always inexplicably absent.
So yeah, I think there's like one episode where she's at school, but it's like just a normal school.
Is the school ever attacked?
Well, there's a ghost there, but that's like only in one episode.
Okay, so they might have avoided the school under siege trope as well.
Yeah.
I'll put a bookmark in it.
Okay.
Yeah, the My Home Hero looks interesting.
Oh yeah, that one is very unconventional. So I don't know how much the synopsis says.
I didn't read the synopsis for that one. I just took your word for it.
Emotional, like One Piece.
Oh yeah.
Delivery. Yes,
I watched Osama Ranking. That was interesting.
I really wonder why this shit just worked a moment ago and now it ain't working.
Just from the name, I'm assuming I'm not going to be interested in Human Bug Daigaku.
Yeah, maybe not. That one is really like an eccentric anime. I happen to like it, but it's like really out there.
The art style reminds me of Mob Psycho.
Oh yeah, kind of.
All right, homie, I'm gonna head to bed. Good hanging out though. All right, Punch, you have a nice one. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it.
I just noticed Kyo's been in chat. I'm sorry, Kyo. I've got only so much screen space, so I minimized it so I could put my work report up. Yeah, that's what I mean, Kyo. Like Going Merry, Oda loves levity. He likes to keep his stories generally light, but when it comes to moments for heavy-hitting emotion, he doesn't like pull. He doesn't do the rug pull, right? Like with Going Merry, like I think any fan of One Piece cried during that scene. Like it felt like a fucking loss. There was no caveat to it. But, you know, there really isn't any moment like that in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They can't bring themselves to let a loss just be an uninterrupted loss.
I've always treated the Marvel movies as comedy action.
That's what I mean, but that's the most egregious example of how you can avoid sincerity with your viewers or your readers, your audience. But there's a lot of tricks you can play to lean into that same effect. Because I think a big risk to sincere writing, like with the death of Going Merry in One Piece, is it exposes the author too, right? Because if the author didn't build it up correctly, if the author wasn't careful on how they wrote it, you could end up with it just not being received, right? Like it could just fall flat. And if you're an author who's emotionally exposed yourself through your writing in such a way that you're depending on your fans to be able to receive it, and it falls flat, that, you know, it's just gonna fucking hurt. But I don't know. Oda always seems to nail it. And yeah, Kyo, I agree. I'm very grateful that he stopped trying to drive himself into an early grave, because it's going to take him a while to wrap this thing up still, I suspect. I want him to be around to do that.
You've heard of Blue Lock, right?
Nope, doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, I thought it would have been like more well known in Japan.
It might be, but let me tell you this. I don't own a TV, and I don't usually watch any TV like on my computer. I don't watch Netflix or like Hulu.
Just cold tonight, no sprites.
Like
nah. Well, I don't know. Maybe I do sprites in a little bit, but I'm trying to get this inventory system functioning beforehand. How you feeling though, Alpha Proto? Welcome to the stream.
I would say out of all the anime I've seen in the past, I don't know, 5 years, I think I enjoyed Blue Lock the most, because I don't even like sports anime like that, but Blue Lock is just different. The amount of psychological stuff and strategy, it was just very entertaining. And the characters, you really care about the characters. So yeah, if you're gonna watch any anime on this list, I would say
those aren't sprites. Those are just functions. Right now they're functions, but you know, Uh, these are gonna be in there eventually. These are gonna be in there eventually. She's gonna be that character that's running around.
Yeah, so then that's that one, and then of course the other two I already told you about, and then I put some anime at the end, which I don't know if you've heard of them.
But right now I'm just trying to figure out why this won't let me. Cause it just worked a second ago. Like this right here, give me it's unable to find instance for object 9 or index 9. So the step line 16.
I'm still only a few down on that list, Bob. I'm having to distract myself with the thing that actually pays the bills.
He's here all doing work.
Yeah, I don't have any customers to go out and meet with this week, or not after this morning. This morning is my last meeting for the week, so I'm mostly just working from home right now. I've got a particular customer I've got to go work with that's a huge pain in the ass. Here in a couple.
You do customer service?
I kind of. I'm a virtualization systems engineer. But recently, I've been working in the shipping industry, so ships communication systems and IT infrastructure.
How much coding do you do?
Beyond PowerShell scripting, none. And PowerShell scripting, I wouldn't exactly call coding.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I use PowerShell to run through PS files, batch files, that kind of thing. But just administrative tasks, automation. I avoid cybersecurity and software development for a reason. They're too much work. IT services is much less requires much less effort.
Software development is what I'm trying to get into.
That's what I'm in school right now for too.
The thing with software development is that the ceiling on it is essentially unlimited. Like you could become a multi-billionaire overnight with a good app, but the floor for it, where basically everyone ends up, is way lower than IT services. So I broke into the 6-figure range when I was only 25 in IT services with just cloud systems administration. Most software developers will have to spend the better part of a decade before they ever get to that point. And of course, you can get up to a couple $100,000 a year, $250,000 a year, pretty quickly in IT services if you really grind and get those required IT certifications, like the engineering level certifications, so your MCSEs and so forth, your CCNPs. My point being, though, there's a ceiling to it, because getting up above a $250,000 a year is actually really difficult in IT services. Like the guys that I know that are making a couple million a year, working for AT&T, Google, they can do so because they work with software development, just specifically for IT infrastructure.
Okay. I mean, shit, 6 figures don't sound bad, especially like that early though. Like if you said you got that high around 25 years old, that's definitely not bad. That's great, actually.
Yeah, it didn't take me that long after I got out of the army to get to that point. I might have been 26. It would have been right at 26 or so, I suppose. But all the same. IT services is simpler too, in the sense that there's a clear path to getting to a good income with it. You know, like I sat down one day when I was making like 60 grand a year doing incident management, help desk work. And it was like, okay, what are the guys that actually make money in IT services doing, and how did they get there? And you look at it, like just, you know, from a perspective of looking at a resume, it's like, okay, well, they have these certifications and knowledge about these systems. So I guess I just need to go pick that up. You know, I studied my ass off and got Microsoft certifications so I could start working with servers, and VMware certifications so I could start working in virtualization, and Cisco certification so I could also jump in on the networking. And I already had IDLE certifications for IT service management, which is, it's useless essentially, but it looks good on a resume to say certified in IT service management. And then, you know, sure enough, like each time I checked off a box and would start looking for a new job, I'd find a better paying job.
With software development, it's just like, get good.
Yeah, it's like, get good, get lucky. Otherwise,
I mean, I think it's with software development, it's like impress the right people to move up.
Let me put it this way. You never hear about a hungry Windows systems administrator. You can't say the same for programmers.
They didn't get good enough.
That's the thing. Most system admins I've met are complete dumbasses. Like they are totally unqualified even as system admins. A great many of them cheat on the exams too. Like they buy test dumps to pass exams, and it shows too. Like you can tell who the guys that bought the test dumps are when you just start running them through some basic questioning. It's like, you know, when you invoke ADSS for in a discussion when you're trying to determine what the physical to logical topology has been established as. It's like, okay, well, how does your domain know where the physical infrastructure is for these systems? What? You know, ADSS, Active Directory, sites and services, defining subnets and the infrastructure associated with those subnets or networks. And it's like, okay, yeah, you're a test dump guy, aren't you? But even then, like even those guys will still get good paying jobs.
What's the test dump?
With IT exams, most of the time you can actually go on like websites and find test dumps, like the actual questions and the answers to the questions for the exams you're looking to take. You know, there are people that go out.
What the fuck? What the hell? Just
like
my bad. Just the shit is working now. Like, huh? I didn't even do nothing.
I fucking hate it when something just starts working and it's like you didn't actually fix the problem, so you can't be sure it's not going to come back up.
Bruh, yeah, I don't know what the fuck going on. It did it again. This shit about to make me mad. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. My bad. Well, go ahead. What you saying? My bad. So you said you just pretty much just said that a test dump is like people find the answers online already. They ain't already doing the work themselves.
Yeah, like you know, there's not too much more to say about it. Like there will be like you can easily find like I suppose it's not easy, right? Because there will still be like a test, like a question pool for these more advanced exams. For example, Microsoft, just for your MCSA level, like your starting level for Microsoft Server certifications, there will be 3 exams with test pools of like hundreds or over 1,000 questions. But you could go through and memorize the question and the answers for the entire exam. That's how a lot of IT professionals pass those exams. It's one of like the unspoken truths of the industry, as it were. Everybody knows it's happening, especially Microsoft or the vendors that host these exams, like Pearson VUE and so forth. But nobody really digs too deep into it.
So, like, for IT, do you even necessarily have to go to, like, school for it, or you just gotta, like, study for those exams and pass those exams?
Obviously, my opinion's subjective, right? Like, I don't know what the industry data on it is, but in my experience, both as somebody who's applied hundreds of times, and as a person who's been a hiring manager for IT service jobs, IT services, nobody gives a fuck if you went to college. Like when I'm looking over a resume, I specifically only look for college if it's to explain a gap in employment. So if I'm looking at your resume and there's a gap in employment, I might look at the bottom and be like, oh, did they go to college? Okay, yeah. When were they in college? Okay, well, that's why they weren't working during that time. That's fine. But nobody cares what your degree is in IT services. They care about your certifications and your experience, like how well you'll do in an interview.
Okay.
And the higher level the job, the more it leans towards the interview and who you know. If you know the right people, the interview might just be a formality. I've had one case where that happened, where I switched. That was when I left the Air Force, when I was working as a civilian out at Area 52. One of the vendors that I worked with all the time, they knew me. I was doing extensive product feedback with them on a daily basis about stuff that we were using in the Air Force, systems that they developed. So they knew me. They knew that I was solid. They knew I knew the systems in place. And I was like, hey, can I jump over to your site and work for y'all? And I go, yeah, absolutely. But most of the time for higher level IT jobs, you get panel interviews where you'll have, say, like the project manager for the team you'll be working on, and the hiring manager. Then you'll have your functional managers or supervisors or functional leads on the panel. So you'll have like the network guy and the server guy or the virtualization guy, or it might be more specific than that. You might have the VMware guy and the ESX VMware guy and the Hyper-V guy all on the panel. But the point being, those interviews can be intense. The longest one I've had was an hour 45 minutes.
No.
But never has my not having a college degree been a hindrance.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a college degree, by the way. That's why I keep saying I'm going to stop working for a bit and go to school. But, it's not even going to be for IT. I'm going to be going to school for a social study, like for a language.
For a language, but why?
Well, primarily, the issue for me here, at least, isn't that I couldn't get a job with my certifications. Certifications are fine. If I move back to the States or to any other English-speaking country, that'd be fine too. But if I want to be competitive at a high level in a Japanese market,
you got to know the language better.
I need to demonstrably shore up my weakest area, which is the language. Like right now, I'm working my way up the JLPT, the Japanese Language Proficiency Test. But if I want to work at a Fortune 500 company, if I want to work for one of the big banks managing their data centers out here in Japan and not get paid at the local market rate, I have to shore up those weak areas. And right now, it's just the language.
Is college the best way to do that?
No, but it's the best way to demonstrate it. The mindset with Japanese businesses is very much, if it's not on paper, it doesn't exist. My IT experience and knowledge is on paper in the form of, like half a dozen engineering level certifications and over a decade of IT experience. My language ability isn't. So I got to do something to get that on paper. And, the fastest way to that is to work my way through the JLPT, go to language school, go to college. If I have like my older sister basically did that. She's got her bachelor's degree in Japanese literature and linguistics. Not because she needed it per se, but because it demonstrably shows that, yeah, she knows the language.
Understandable. What's good, Gotagi? I see you sitting up in here.
Hello, Bob. And
Hello.
Torball. And Joe.
What about Kyo? You gonna say hi to Kyo?
Yeah, what about Kyo?
He's not here.
He here. He just
Yes, he
muted
is.
because
He's
he
lurking.
working.
Yeah.
But he can hear
Yeah.
you though. He can hear you though. You see the microphone ain't on. You see the microphone ain't on there. It's just the mic.
Because he focusing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he hear us though. But he hear us
He
though.
don't hear us.
Yeah, he
Yeah, he don't
do.
hear us.
Yes, he do hear
I
us.
I will
hear here say something.
He focusing.
He-
He in the
he- he
dungeons
ain't
right
here,
now.
Carl.
He in
He
the cold
working.
caverns.
He's at work. He's
He's at.
But I'm sure he hear us though. He don't. It ain't the microphone ain't there. I mean, the microphone, if the headphones ain't there. If the headphones is there with a cross through it, that mean he had.
He's listening to
that's
some
deaf.
old lady blabber her mouth about some bullshit. That's his job.
Bruh.
Yeah, I will tell you this, Bob. Your list here, I'm surprised, but you do seem to have been fairly impartial on it.
Yes, sir. So I hope there is one anime there that you end up liking. If there is, then let me know about it.
So assume I'm only gonna check out one. Which one should that be? Blue Lock?
Yes.
You know, I don't watch sports anime really. Like Hajime no
Yeah,
Ippo
me
is the
neither. I
one
haven't.
definitely-
I don't watch any other one other than this one, which I wouldn't really classify like the other sports anime. Like this one is unique.
You saw Kyo ask you a question, right?
Yeah, I'm responding now.
What's this about Easter Island? Have you ever been to Easter Island, Kyo? I swear, Kyo might be more worldly than I am.
You said at least it's a job a fool.
You gotta do what you gotta do, I suppose. Although, it can't be pleasant having to work in the UK. Although, maybe that's changing. You know, the Labour Party did ascend to power in the UK, so they might implement a bunch of labor reforms to make it much less unpleasant. I don't think they will, but they might. It's in the name.
What you say? I was reading some. No. All right.
I don't know, Torball. I can't. I have push to talk on my keyboard. I can't use it when I'm typing on my work report here.
You good? You good? I'm just trying to.
When I first heard about Blue Lock, I wasn't even gonna watch it because I was like, oh, not another sports anime. But then I watched the first episode with Alchemist, and I was like, man, this is different, and I was hooked. You want me to give you a one-sentence synopsis of my home hero?
Which one was that? Hold on, sorry. I gotta send off a work email real quick.
All right.
It's already taken me an hour longer than it really should have because I keep distracting myself with anime-related things. The good news is the people that read this report are back in the US, so they're only going to read it during normal business hours, which, as y'all might imagine, being what I don't know where you're at, Bob, but nobody's awake in the US right now.
No. Not for another 3-4 hours at least.
so that's my saving grace. I can kind of drag my feet on getting these write-ups done, as long as they're in the inboxes of the people that need them before they get into the office. The flip side to that is I often have to wake up and take phone calls or respond to emails at like 1 in the morning. So what kind of work are you doing now, Bob?
So I already have my bachelor's degree in biomedical science, but I decided I want to get into programming because it interests me more. So I'm currently taking some classes, and then after I finish those classes, I can get into the master's program for a computer science master's. And I tried doing it the way of like self-teaching myself programming, and I learned a lot of stuff, but like not enough where I can just get a job easily. So I need to like work on my foundations. That's why I'm going for the master's degree. Since I'm still young, I might as well.
Yeah, I tried to self-teach myself C#, and that's just Python too, but beyond very basic stuff, that's as far as I ever got.
Yeah, like I know the basics and stuff, but if I want industry level stuff, I need to go study for real.
Well, I think a big part of it too is the networking, right? Because a lot of people start to get their ins, their connections, start to build their professional network in the software industry through colleges.
That's also true. Like at the college I'm going to, I can already do an internship. Like they'll basically let you in as long as you're in the computer science program.
Now, you said you're in Florida, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. That's even worse than being in the UK.
Yeah, for software stuff, Florida is pretty bad, which is why the college connections are like very important.
Are you at least in Tampa?
Nah, Orlando.
Oh. Well, is there an IT in... let me put it to you this way. My last boss before this company, I worked out of Tampa officially. I lived in Washington State and just flew into Tampa every month to do some stuff in the office. But that's aside the point. I loved my boss. He was the guy that brought me on there. This man lived in Orlando and drove to Tampa and back every single day, 5 days a week. You know how long it takes to drive from Orlando to Tampa and back?
That's over 2 hours, like 3 hours.
Dude, he was spending like 4 hours on the road every day, I think. He refused to move out of Orlando. You know, his wife was there, she didn't want to move, but the IT jobs are all in Tampa. You know, he was making good money. He was making about $500,000 a year. But he ultimately ended up literally like driving himself into damn near an early grave, gave himself a lot of health issues, and couldn't keep up with the work, and he ultimately ended up getting fired because he made some serious mistakes and lost his temper and some
I mean, if you're driving that much, I don't think you can maintain your sanity.
I know, right? Like, man, I don't get it. Like, that's you know, and I've been pretty close to him. He was a great mentor of mine. I still keep in touch with him. We were both like, yeah, that was stupid. You know, we were telling him that was stupid at the time.
Yeah, Orlando is not the place for software or IT stuff. Like my plan is after I get my master's degree, get some connections, I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, like if you don't want to deal with like the high cost of living and all the bullshit around Seattle or like LA County, you know, you can and there are other IT hubs throughout the US, right? But Florida, I think it's basically just Tampa in terms of IT stuff, and there's not a lot. Most of the Tampa IT stuff is tied to the U.S. government, like the Federal Reserve or the military.
I've seen that in Florida when I've been looking for programming jobs. Most of it is, if it's not some kind of financial company, it's government.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I was still doing like government-oriented work there because that was my job after I left the Air Force job. I wasn't an airman. I just worked for the Air Force. But the company literally had a office like right outside one of the main gates. But all the stuff that they were oriented towards, especially in Tampa, is the government. Yeah, that's your customer there for IT stuff. There used to be some weird hubs too, like out in Clovis, New Mexico, in the middle of nowhere. I mean, 2 hours from the nearest civilization. McDonald's had like this huge IT super center there for the longest time. And that ultimately ended up getting outsourced to the Philippines, though. I think that was the weirdest one that I committed to memory. You got anywhere particular in mind?
Not really. Just somewhere that's not too cold, because I can't handle extreme cold.
Oh, good news. There's going to be fewer areas like that in the near future.
Yes, that is true.
There's also supposed to be a lot less Florida in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and I also don't like big cities, so I wouldn't want to live in New York City.
That could be a bit of a challenge with IT, but that just depends. Like what you call a big city. Industrial.
I think by that I mean like where it's like living right in the downtown where it's all crowded and stuff. I don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, look at LA, the largest city in the US. Most of LA, like 95% of LA is not downtown. It's sprawling suburbs as far as the eye can
That's
see,
where I would want to live, that kind of lifestyle.
Oh, I mean, sounds like Anaheim's the place for you then.
Maybe.
I despise suburbia. I want nothing to do with it.
So do you like living in downtown?
Yeah, preferably. Yeah. I like being able to walk places, man. I like being able to just step outside and walk to a bar or go out shopping, maybe use a bus or a train or something, but I like having lots of stuff within walking distance. Dallas. Is that where Kotagi's at? Kotagi, what part of Tejas are you in?
That's pretty nearby.
Oh, so suburbs of Dallas, like.
Not the suburbs of Dallas, no, but it's like if I wanted to go, like I could probably work there and it wouldn't be a problem. It's a good city. Bob, you should consider it. That's one of the best cities in the whole United States.
I went to Dallas on vacation recently. It was good.
It's nice.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
hot.
like, as far as IT work goes, Dallas or Austin are both up and coming IT hubs.
Don't do Austin. You'll be poor and homeless.
Well, no, not if you're the one with the nice job. There'll be poor and homeless people around.
He's gonna be the one with the nice job for 2 weeks.
Homeless.
Even if he's good at his job and he gets one, he's going to be homeless and poor. And the water in Austin makes you gay.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, is he in Houston? Is that where he's at, June?
I'm not in Houston.
I thought he was talking about Dallas or something at one point. I don't commit these things to memory.
I fuck with Dallas. Dallas is cool. Austin is like fun to visit, but it's not fun to stay.
Yeah, June, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to live in Tejas either. And I guess I kind of lived in Texas spiritually, as it were, when I lived in New Mexico because the nearest town was Lubbock. But even that was too much for me.
That's a beautiful town. I was there.
I almost died in Lubbock. Almost bled out. Throat laceration. Not really.
How did that happen?
Not
Someone
pleasant
attacked you?
memories. That's a complicated story. But no, I wasn't attacked.
Oh, okay.
It is a somewhat violent area though, Bob, so you should be careful when you eventually go to Lubbock, Texas.
Oh, wait. Well, I don't have to miss cicadas. I've got cicadas roaring outside my window right now.
I put my home hero synopsis in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I saw that. I read the synopsis on it over here. And it looks interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But you said Blue Lock. You said I should watch Blue Lock instead, right?
I mean, I guess depends what you're looking for. If you really want something with mystery, suspense, then My Home Hero. If you're looking, because like My Home Hero, the main character is like a 30-year-old guy, something. But then in Blue Lock, the main characters are, of course, like high school age. So depends what anime you're going for. But those two are like the top I recommend right now.
I don't know if you've noticed an overarching trend with my interest with like fiction, but the main thing I'm looking for, man, are stories that aren't lazy. You know, stories that aren't just leaning on tropes or fan service.
Yeah. Yeah, My Home Hero and Blue Lock, both of them are not lazy at all.
Yeah, because ultimately, you know, that's what it tends to boil down to for me. You know, it's why I hate the everyman like self-insert characters. Like a self-insert character, you know, somebody that that's just there for the audience to project themselves onto. That's terrible. Like I can't stand that. And you know, all the variations thereof. And then the fan service, you know, anything gratuitous, like gratuitous fan service is you know, it just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah, I would say the anime I put on this list in the Discord, none of them are like that. The one that is most, what do you call it? The one that has the most.
Yeah, June. June had the best anime rec of the evening.
Oh yeah, Boondocks, I know about that.
Yeah, June just won anime recommendations.
My bad, I'm back.
Nah, that doesn't count though, because you've already seen
anime.
it.
Boondocks ain't even an anime.
Yeah, that's okay. Like, yeah, Torball, go tell the creators that I think they disagree.
No, they wouldn't. They took influence from anime, but it's a cartoon.
Creators be saying shit anyway.
Yeah, June deserves a reward, Torball.
Why?
For a word? Nah, you've already seen it, so it doesn't count.
I've seen like Osama ranking as well.
Well, yeah, but that's why that doesn't count either, because you're looking for new stuff. That is the whole idea here.
Well, I was just looking to discuss interesting anime.
Teen Titans has an anime style. We don't call that anime.
Huey's a pretty generic protagonist.
What does? Wait,
Teen Titans.
Has an anime style? Teen Titan. Oh, like Teen Titans Go. Yeah.
Not Go. Not Go. Not Go.
Why do you bring up that trash in here?
Not Go.
Because there's clips of it on YouTube. Like I'm pretty sure that's where I've seen it because I wouldn't have seen it anywhere else.
You ain't seen the original Teen Titans?
What year did it come out? I think that was after my time.
Had to be, I don't know, 2006.
Yeah, I think June's right, but I mean, in spirit, it's anime, right? Like it's an anime spiritually.
This man said Teen Titans Go is anime.
I don't think it has any of the beats, like art style wise.
I think spiritually it's like I think you could just switch out the art style for Japanese anime art style, like TV anime art style, and it would work perfectly. Like the vibes, the energy.
It's very much
the same.
Like all those storylines are very much just like American comedy.
I agree with
For
Kotaki.
what?
Like it's a Family Guy ass show, Torball. I'm sorry.
I mean,
It's
talking
with-
about what show?
it's
I'll
on with the
defer to
Boondocks.
Kakagi's opinion on it. Oh, Boondocks. I thought we were talking Teen Titans.
Teen Titans. I love Teen Titans.
It's not like no damn Boondock. I mean, it's not like no damn Family Guy.
It's
because-
it
just
has
because-
the American comedy style of
Just
writing.
because it's an
comedy.
episodic story. That's the different shit every time.
Dude.
That don't mean it's like Family Guy.
Listen,
It's not a
Seth
sitcom.
MacFarlane.
It's more
Seth
like that
MacFarlane
than
made
it is
run
like
it the
most
Boondocks.
anime.
I said it was a
Seth
cartoon,
MacFarlane-
didn't I? I never said it was anime in the first place.
So it is more like so it is closer to
Wait,
Family
what
Guy.
is that, June?
I wouldn't say it's like Family Guy. Family Guy's a sitcom. Go sit down.
More alike Family Guy.
No.
Wait, what is MHA?
My Hero Academia.
No hero.
Oh,
That's
okay.
it. I mean, yeah, we wouldn't call it anime because it wouldn't be anime if DC Comics made it. It'd be a comic.
What if Ghibli made it?
It'd be an anime because they make anime.
Isn't
Movies.
Hayao Miyazaki like really a stickler about it not being anime and being animation? Maybe I'm
Saying
misremembering
if he Japanese, if there's a Japanese studio and they animating, that's anime. Because what anime come from? Japanimation.
that. No, I was pretty sure that Hayao Miyazaki was like a really prudish man. when
He
it
only
came
said that because he ain't
that
like the
he
direction
cites
anime
it.
going.
Well, is there a good reason to care, like what the creator thinks?
Well, usually no, but Hayao Miyazaki is a exceedingly wealthy and influential man in Japan who is. He's at least been able to make life a living hell for certain people who got on his bad side. So I guess yes. Personally, I would rather he never know who I am, much less have a bone to pick with me, as it were.
Jedi, go lay down. Go lay down.
Oh, he wants to be picked up again.
No, he don't. Go lay down. Get in your bed. Come on. Get in your bed. Go. You getting on my
I have a
nerves.
statistics question for you.
For who?
For you, Torball.
Why?
Who needs to lay down more often? Josie or Jebediah?
His ass right now.
But overall,
His ass right now. What the hell? Josie know how to go. Not know how to listen and sit the fuck down. His ass being annoying as shit.
Dude, I do like that that your one dog has learned to change where they sit on the bed so that they're still in frame of the camera.
Who Josie?
Yeah, the one back there trying to cover her eyes so she can sleep.
What you watching this on the TV? How do you see that?
it's on the webcam.
Yeah, but like that shit small. I guess
What do you mean? It's right there.
I guess it ain't
She's
that
in
small
frame,
if
like,
you look at it on the
she's
screen.
like-
You gotta remember, I'm looking at this
repeatedly-
shit. My shit built like this. My shit built like this. This how I see this shit at all times. I don't see my webcam like y'all do. My shit that small.
I can't see shit either, Torball.
But
Yeah,
he
so
watched this shit
different,
in
man.
480p. My,
Dude, I've got an ultra wide. I'm like, my ultra wide's not as nice as Torball's, but I still got an ultra wide.
The higher the monitor resolution, the better 480p will look in it. I'll tell you.
but that's the
what.
worst. What you mean the worst in the look, boy? Turbo, what's up, June? What's up, June?
Okay, Joe, I'm gonna quickly break down the feeling you get from these anime I recommended. So, like, my home hero, if you're looking for, like, oh man, so much suspense, Blue Lock, if you're looking for like, yeah, beat his ass, go, go, you know, you're rooting for the guy. And then Tomodachi Game, which is number 8 down there, that one is like, kind of like My Home Hero.
Wait. There's a number
but with
8?
high schoolers.
You said, what do you
So
think?
those 3 are the top you should watch first.
What do you think the best looking kind of woman is?
Don't disappoint me, Torball.
Why do you ask her this question? You know what he's gonna say.
What I'm gonna say? What I'm gonna say?
BBW.
No, I'm not. What the fuck?
With feet, my bad.
What? Huh? I'm pretty sure most of them got feet. What the fuck? I'm sure a grand majority of them got feet. What the hell?
Hello, Kyo. You're funny, Bob.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know, June. That's a hard thing to decide, cause it's a variety out there that be looking good.
You like big bitches with explosive personalities.
No, I ain't say all that.
Yeah, but you feel all that.
I ain't see how I feel that either. Jedi, sit down.
I remember it was years ago to the day. It was years ago to the year.
What?
Hold on.
That Nut
Torball,
Busley called you
Torball.
a MILF
What
hunter.
the hell is this?
What's
Who
what?
is Walter, and why are they suspected of being a member of an online terrorist organization?
Bro, that is
Because
a
that's his
fake tag.
status.
It's like it's a
being
fake.
edgy, 'cause he's
That is a fake status.
Man, that is fucking hilarious. What are y'all doing? Who's Walter? Why have I never interacted with
That is Kotagi's friend. You won't like him just like you don't like Kotagi half the time.
You
hate
might hate
Kotaki.
Walter more.
I just don't think there's a lot of shared interest.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna be some shared interest between you and Walter. I'm just letting you know,
Do you want a conversation with Walter right now?
bruh. You don't have to summon Walter. It's okay. You said,
Anyway,
for
like
me,
the whole-
it's South American black, preferably from Brazil.
Hello?
Listen, I'm
Hello.
okay
What the
with
fuck are
the
you
general
doing? You trying-
spectrum
are
of
you-
Kotagis, but only in small doses.
Torball?
What the hell is that, boy?
You want to play Tekken 8?
You're not giving off no Walter vibes, boy. You're not
that's
giving
what
off
you do.
no Walter vibes, boy.
That's all Walter. I've known that man for I haven't known him that long, but I've known him for a long
Your
time.
ass known him for a long ass time, boy.
You've known him for long.
Yeah, it's 100% cap. You said, well, for me, it's South American black preferred. I already read that. Fuck. I don't know. It's hard because they like. I feel like every race got some good looking women sometimes. You know.
Okay, but you know one of
Here you
them
go, Torball.
looks better than the others.
It wouldn't be white people. I'm
Nah,
just saying.
Torball, you
Yes,
keep the high ground there.
You said what, Joe?
Being
First, that
biased.
he likes white women more.
He does. Everyone loves white women more.
You
He's
said,
being-
Joe, what you
biased.
say?
I said you keep the high ground. Don't let them tear you down.
I'm not. I'm gonna stay where I'm at. I'm just staying with my. You know, I don't really know, man. It's,
Bob, what is this about you going Yanny mode?
you mean Yami Bob?
Because Joe thought I was gonna recommend him trash anime, but I recommend some good anime.
That's not what I said, Bob. I said I didn't think we'd have much overlap in taste.
Same potato.
I don't think nobody called it
I'm
potato.
much more
You mean
diplomatic.
tomato.
Man, tomato, potato.
that's the difference right there. What the hell? Oh, welcome back here.
Hello, hi there.
Hooray, it's the Dutchman.
Yeah.
No, he the British nigga.
Well, listen, yeah.
Black man. You,
What do they y'all what do y'all go by? Netherlander? It's Netherlander, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
How was your
Yes.
It's kinda.
Wait, what?
how was your black pudding this morning?
Because we call ourselves. Generally, how do I say this?
In Dutch, preferably.
Yeah, we just call ourselves Dutch. That's the thing.
So what? You know, For me,
We
it's
also
simple.
use
I just tell somebody,
Nederlander.
"I'm an
Yeah,
American."
yeah. We say Nederlander as well, but you know.
How was your blood
Use
pudding this
both.
morning? My bad. Your black pudding this morning.
Man, shut the fuck.
It's better than
What's
Japanese.
the
Like,
black foot? What is that?
My bad. I was just watching the video.
Oh, I missed that. So that's
They
June.
got straight tar in it.
Essentially, yeah.
It's a it's a blood sausage. It's animal blood mixed with fat and oatmeal.
Who's eating blood?
I never had that. Listen, I never had that.
Okay, I know the rest of these dudes are hating.
Sit
and
down, bro.
trust. Honestly,
Sit.
I fuck with you, Kyo. But you know me, like I hate you more for being European than I hate you for being black. I want you to know that.
Bruh.
That's fine.
But
I can appreciate.
the blood sausage. The blood sausage. I think that's kind of cool. I think you should be proud of that.
It was made by Irish people. No, I'm just stuff.
Man, I think you should kill yourself.
You can't be saying that on my stream. I told
Yeah.
you.
yeah, that monetization's about to go away, Torball.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
not. It
they
ain't
say
going
this shit every time, bro. I don't know. Maybe I should stop getting on
Bro,
voice
it's like
call.
no. It's like that dude who got his ass bit by some snakes, so he's immune to snake poison. That's how you are.
That's not how that works, bro.
That's exactly how that worked. Then why you haven't been gripped up yet?
I did, remember? Twice, remember?
So,
Okay, but neither of
me ask
those
you
were
this,
me.
Joe.
Alright, yeah.
do y'all ever refer to yourselves as
Gonna get
Hollanders?
Torball blackballed.
No, I don't think I've ever used the term Hollanders.
So how is it that Japanese that stuck? Like, they
Oh yeah,
always
the Hollanda, right? Hollanda.
yeah, it's like Oranda. It's Orandajin, Orandago. It's like, why is it always Hollanders here?
You gotta go lay down, man. Go lay
I ain't
down.
got no clue
No,
actually. It's because the
Yeah, it's like-
Netherlands is referred to Holland. We call it Holland and Netherlands. It's two terms, man. I don't know. Like we got 3 different terms now. What the fuck? This shit's crazy.
Sounds cool.
It doesn't sound as silly as like Berugi,
Jedi.
right? But still,
Yeah.
I'm trying to sneak past somebody. Lay down. Lay down.
but
Jedi.
honestly, like I mind. Actually, how to put it? As far as I know, Belgium is like the Netherlands, but nicer and less racist. So, as far as I understand, Belgium is the nicer of the two.
No, it
Twin
ain't.
Low
Belgium
countries.
is fucking ass. It is shit, and it ain't got shit there. And they got French people, and they're kind of rude. So there you go. There's a mixture of
that
both.
sounds
I
exactly.
think it's the...
That sounds exactly what I would expect to hear from like a Dutchman. Like,
of course,
the
I know.
Belgium, the Belgium I've talked to, that's basically their assessment of the Belgium of the Dutch, right? Like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
the Dutch are just a bunch of racist assholes that feel like they're
Look.
better than the rest of us because we have French people living here.
It's mutual hate.
Yeah, I know it. From an American perspective, like it's all just Germany, right? So,
That is fair.
maybe.
It may be offensive, but it's fair. I get it.
Yeah, it's like how many Americans know the difference between Dutch and German just linguistically?
Yeah, that's true.
You think they teach linguistics in American schools? Nah. I don't
What
know
about
anything
They
about
teach
it.
important languages.
Only Spanish.
Spanish. You got your Spanish, your French, your Mandarin. There was a 4th one, but it must not be important because I forgot what it was.
Hey, Bob, that's where you should go.
I was learning Chinese.
Luxembourg. That's a great IT capital.
In China? Nah.
What?
Nah, but
I rather go
You
to
know what?
Japan.
I think he makes a good point, Bob. I think you would have high success rates in Shanghai.
Nah.
Why not? What do you have a good reason?
Because
Or
the
are you
government.
just being biased? What's wrong with the government?
I'm not a big fan of the government.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of the government.
It's
And the
Bob,
trick
I don't
to
think
getting
you're
a
gonna
good
Chinese.
job
They'll
in,
be nice to you.
I don't think you're gonna say wild shit, Bob. You'll be fine. I don't think you'll say anything crazy to get yourself in trouble.
I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of the government. I'm not a big fan of the government.
Have you ever tried working for them? It's
Yes.
a lot rosier on the other side.
I did once. Didn't you know I worked for the census?
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Over on a big ass
The
pickup
census is a
truck.
little different than, being a salaried IT, professional, like a 2210
That
to
is
a
true.
job you got on usajobs.gov.
That is true, yeah.
Knocking loud as fuck on my door.
I was definitely at motherfuckers' doors. I wasn't at your door. You in Texas. I was in these.
You was
I
at,
was
you
at
was
these
at my
Indiana
door.
doors. Boy, I was in these bitch. Then I stand there for like 5 seconds. Nobody answered. Shit, I'm going back to my car. I'm sitting there for 5 minutes and watching a YouTube video.
Oh, tell me how.
There you go.
They knock so fucking loud. That shit actually like chipped the paint off my door.
Bruh. Man, maybe you should have just answered the door then. Maybe you should have answered the door.
Bro, you were not okay.
And gave
Were
them
you-
the
were you
census
sitting there?
information.
Were you really waiting there?
Yeah, I would wait there.
Isn't it-
Huh?
Dude, hey, Torball, you're the resident expert on this. Aren't American citizens required under federal law to respond timely to the census?
Yes. And the
Yeah,
only
that's
reason
pretty
I had
pretty.
to go out there is because motherfuckers didn't do it, so we had to go to places who didn't do it and try to get them to do
Yeah, so
it.
Kotagi's a shitbag. That's what I'm hearing. He didn't do his civic duty.
No, I did my civic duty.
Hey, if somebody showed up to knock on your door, you didn't do your civic duty.
Nah, but I was a little kid.
Yeah, it wasn't Kotagi. Kotagi, it's his
I was-
parents.
Wait, the census was 2020. What are you talking about?
I was a little
A
kid
little
at the
kid.
time.
I mean,
I was-
Kotagi,
yeah, I was
like-
Kotagi was 14.
18.
Damn.
Wait, he's that young? Never mind. Okay, he
Yeah.
was a little kid. I recant
I
that
was-
statement. Your
I was
mom's
a-
a shitbag.
At least I have them. No, I'm just I'm jesting, bro.
Okay, yeah. At least you have a mom, but all the same, she didn't register.
No,
you
she
for the
was
census.
she was
Hey,
at work.
hey, niggas,
She
put
was
the
at work
grenades
and
down.
my
they really have
my
figured,
dad must have been
The
taking
Mexican
a shit.
shootout.
bruh. My dad must have been taking the shit. That crazy, bruh. But yeah, bro, I had people come. They had to go. They didn't even open the door and say nothing to me. They had to look at me and start shaking their head. No, I'm like, bruh.
So what is the American census? I'm not American, so.
That's how he
Oh,
gets statistics.
It's pretty much like, yeah. So
Torball.
Yeah, I get it. So what we
I
do
said,
is
go ahead.
the census was pretty much they wanted to get a head count of like how much people were in neighborhoods so they can allocate funds and resources to those neighborhoods accordingly. And for like so they require people to do the census every 10 years, so every decade. And if they don't do that with at the time it's supposed to be done, they hire people to be field representatives to go out and record houses. So, we'll get up. So when I went there, we got an iPhone, and we had an app that'll just tell us it'll literally tell us every house. We get a list of houses to go to work through that day. So I could get upwards of I got 80 houses in one day, one time.
Damn.
Maybe more. I think the highest I got was 130 or something like that. And you have to go through that list, knock on their door. If they answer, you run through the survey with them. It'll be a 5-minute survey. If they don't answer, we're supposed to go to both of their closest next door neighbors, and try to ask them for that information instead.
Okay. Fair enough.
But 99 times out of 100, motherfuckers ass not answering the door. I promise you, out of the whole 8 weeks I worked from that shit, I only got about 8 people. Not 8 people. Let's see.
What time of day were you doing that?
I got up at 12 p.m. and I'll be working for 8 hours.
So you get most of your folks in the evening, after everybody's home from work?
Nah, the only time I did that shit was only time I got people was older people who was at home. And like the most valuable days was the weekends because that's when they're most likely at home because like the time I went out, it was like prime time for people to be at work probably.
What? Fair enough.
But
Yo, Bob, what the fuck? Why did you put Tomodachi game on the list?
What about it?
It's a fucking death game. Why the fuck would Joe watch slop like that?
Yeah, I already looked at that. I was like, oh, that's a death game, and I dismissed it out of hand. I didn't even mention it.
Sorry, Bob. This is not Yami.
He said, "Who wants to deal with that,
What are
bro?"
you talking about?
All you gotta
First
do
of
is
all,
is
they don't die. It is like
There's a fucking
game.
application, June. Like you just use the app now and fill out your census
But what you
information.
have against
exactly like
Tomodachi
all you literally
Where
do
is it coming
is
from?
all you literally
Listen,
do
bro,
is
you're
just
mentioning.
tell us.
Go on, Tomo. I should
My
have cut
bad,
you off.
my bad. Yeah, all you gotta do is literally tell us how many people in your house. We put that in, and then we run through every person and like their information, like their name, their last name, their birthday, how shit like that, and ask how long they've been living there or something like that, and do they live or do these people live somewhere else? So so if they do live somewhere else and they just there temporarily, then we can apply their information to that other address. It was like so.
Yeah, dude. Fucking communities live and die by the census too, and quite literally, they live and die by the census. The census comes in and undercounts the number of people living in that area, then federal funds aren't going to get allocated to it.
Exactly, that they gonna get less money in the air. That's just why people who should be doing the census, but they understand that, and like I can understand that being bad in like bad neighborhoods too, because motherfuckers don't want to go to the bad neighborhoods. They tried to get me to go to Gary, Indiana for the census, but I told they ass, why you been back in my get out my bed? I just told you to get in my bed. Come on, get out my bed. Go sit down. Leave her alone. But yeah, I ain't want to go to Gary, Indiana, and potentially get shot.
Yeah.
Cause they told me I'm not allowed to carry a firearm on me.
Yeah, dude, my landlady was a census taker, and yeah, they were like, you're not allowed to carry like dog mace.
Yeah, you can't have no protection on you.
Firearm.
So
You just got a raw dog people front door.
yes. Yes,
That's crazy.
And of course, there's always a threat for them of getting a felony because they harmed a government agent. But
Yeah, but like, is a crackhead gonna care about that?
exactly. Like motherfuckers probably ain't gonna care. I was avoiding
paranoid and like those neighborhoods where like there's somebody squatting in that house. You have to knock on the door anyway, but the squatters are a bunch of paranoid crackheads.
Exactly.
You are a government.
Exactly. That's how they be. That's how they be. I'm not talking to the government. I'm not talking to the government. I had to do like they slammed it on my face. I'm like, damn. Okay, shit. Fuck you too.
What's worse is not only are you a Fed, but you're a Fed that's literally all up in their business.
Hey man, they paid me alright money, so I was okay with it.
How much did they pay for that back in 2020?
It was $25 an hour.
Okay, that's not bad.
Fair enough.
And you get the we said Agent Torball. Hold on, it is what got me knocking on these damn doors. I mean, hey, I was definitely up in that bitch like that, boy.
These commercials, fuck.
Listen, Bob, I gotta tell you that
What?
I don't know how you hate the sports genre when the death game genre is absolute slop. It's mostly slop.
Well, first of
Nothing
all,
good to it.
no one's dying. No one's dying in the game, and it is a game anime. Like I can get the game genre, but like when you say slop, yes, I guess there's some anime that are like subpar, but that doesn't mean all of them are subpar. What do you have against
No,
Tomodachi game? I thought it
majority
was
of the death game
very
is slop.
entertaining.
I've watched a lot of death game anime. A majority of them is just shit. Sorry, can't.
Yes, but
You
have
know,
seen
So when I look at
Tomodachi,
the game,
Tomodachi?
I groan instantly. So I watched Tomodachi game like one episode, and I was like, "This looks like shit, man."
Really?
not
You didn't
good.
like episode 1? Then you must
No.
have completely different taste.
I just
Dude, what kind of death game doesn't involve anyone dying?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not really a deck game.
Yeah, it's a shitty death game.
So you also watched it, Joe?
No,
I think the
but you
game,
are telling me what
Tomodachi
it
game is
No.
mostly like
No, he said.
psychological trickery and all of that.
Yeah,
stuff, right?
psychological
He
trickery.
said, bro, what are you
Yeah,
trying to
that's
fit?
what I'm saying.
So I have
See
the
what I'm trying to do.
inventory. I'm back with it.
So
All
what are
right.
you saying, Joe?
Oh, the last death game, and the only death game anime I ever watched, was Mirai Nikki.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
you know what?
God.
Yeah, I remember
Dude,
that.
here's
That was
the thing. I remember that fondly, like nostalgically. But then I went to rewatch it, and it's total garbage. The series is
Yeah, it's garbage.
trash. It is one of the worst anime I've ever watched. But I know why I feel nostalgic about it, because it was the
What's
very
up,
first
Gradine?
show that I was able to. It was the very first anime I watched when I finished my technical school. So not like my induction training or basic training, but my technical school. So I had just gone like 7 months through this technical course in the army without like consuming any media at all, like no music, no TV, no
Damn.
videos, no YouTube. So like when I watched that, I guess it just felt great because it was some kind of stimulation that wasn't like an army cadence.
Understandable.
So, Joe, what do you have against Tomodachi game?
You say in
I just
Crash
told
Star
you,
2,
it's a
you
death
took an
game where
hour
no
to
one
look at
dies.
a bug and fix it.
Well, then it's not a deck game, then. It's just a psychological game. But you don't like anime that have psychological games, then?
Dude, if I play Russian roulette without any rounds in the revolver, is it still not Russian roulette, or is it just shitty Russian roulette?
So I guess you're saying, like, they try to have stakes, but the stakes aren't high, therefore it doesn't interest you?
No, I'm not saying the stakes aren't high. I'm saying the stakes in a death game where no one can die aren't stakes at all.
But it's not a deck game, though. It's, like, more... It's not about dying.
As I said, it sounds like it's Russian roulette without a round in one of the chambers, right? If there's no live round in there, then you're not actually playing Russian roulette. You're just sitting there, like, playing with an expensive fidget spinner.
Well, yeah, it's not
got so
Russian
many
roulette, really.
events.
There's stakes. Like, I don't know how much you know about it, but it's like... Well, basically, I can explain. The game here is that if you lose, then you're in extreme debt, and then it's like, well, now if you're like 1 billion yen in debt or something, well, your life is basically over. So those are the stakes.
It's not. You just file bankruptcy.
I don't know.
Yep.
Have you
There's
seen the
something
anime
called being
Kaiji?
judgment proof.
Have you seen the anime Kaiji?
Kaiji, yeah, Kaiji said.
You,
What is
Joe?
kaiji? It doesn't sound familiar.
So Kaiji, it's an anime where this guy, he participates in a kind of debt game thing because he's trying to get out of debt. He and the other people, like if you win, they will forgive your debt because he's living a shitty life being in extreme debt. So like, I wouldn't say being in extreme debt is like nothing.
All right, so
I think those
No,
are still pretty high
I'm not
stakes.
saying it's nothing, right? But it's one of those things where I can't suspend my disbelief past a certain point. Like debt can only be so ruinous. There's a concept called being judgment proof. It means basically that no matter how much money you owe, at a certain point you have nothing left to be taken, and therefore there's no way to enforce a judgment against you. Like there's just nothing to be stolen. You can't go further down than this. So the difference for most people, like if you were $1 million in debt right now, or you were in $10 million of debt, or $1 billion in debt, it would make no material difference at all, right?
Well, yeah, but then you live the rest of your life like a slave, essentially paying it off, with no aspirations.
Well, no, that's what I mean. I can only suspend my disbelief so far, right? At a certain point, the reason we call it judgment proof is that you will end up in any developed country, and even most like undeveloped countries, going to a court where this all gets dismissed under bankruptcy proceedings of some kind and judgments levied against you. They can take all your stuff, but even that tends to have caveats. But even if it doesn't, once all your stuff is gone and the rest of the debt is like disgorged, that's that. Like, that's what I mean. Like, I can only suspend my disbelief so far. Debt's only so ruinous.
I guess I see what you're saying. I didn't really think about it like that.
mean,
So
it's
I guess
also
that makes sense.
it's a bit.
Oh, dude. But also, I had to dig myself out of debt. Like I had a huge pivot in my life when it came to like debt and finances. I've twice found myself living on the floor of an unfurnished apartment, choosing between cigarettes and groceries. I'm not exaggerating that at all. Like I've literally done that twice, and the second time was enough. So I'm
Yeah.
intimately familiar with how that works.
So it sounds like your issue with Tomodachi game is not really the anime, but just the death premise.
Yeah, that's what I meant by I can't suspend the disbelief past a certain point. Again, it comes back to I'm just too close to it to
Yeah.
suspend my disbelief.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Now Kyo, I don't know what Kyo has against Tomodachi game.
She's not a fan of the genre.
Oh,
Sometimes
don't
they
get
can
me wrong, with
execute. They
Tomodachi
can get
game,
execute. They can execute. You know, the whole death thing and all of those things pretty well psychologically, but a lot of them don't. And I've watched a few episodes of Tomodachi game. Didn't really interest me at the time. I
I
can
think-
continue. I can fully complete it, and maybe my opinions may change. Most likely it won't. But
I don't know, because when I watched like the first and the second episode, I think the psychological thing was pretty captivating. Had me thinking.
I don't know, it almost sounds more like it should be the premise of like pornography, but you know,
Bruh.
maybe I'm mistaken.
What do you mean? How? Help me understand. The death thing, you mean?
Yeah, like you know, the it's just the elaborate degrees to which it sounds like they're going through to like blow up the concept of how consequential this debt is and finding unconventional ways to repay it, right? I'm sure it's not like sexual pornography, but it's basically producing like a pornography of a different kind, right?
I guess I
under-
see what you're saying. Makes sense.
Also, I'm pretty sure I've never been fond of like pornography with themes to it, but I know for a fact that if you go on Pornhub, you'll find pornography with a premise that starts with somebody finding a creative way to repay a debt.
Well, that's not just that. That's anything like the shoplifting trope and like anything, repay anything.
I'm not familiar with that one, but I'll take your word at it.
Yeah, because like you could attach porn to having to do as compensation for anything. So that's like really broad. And that's like common, I guess, if you watch that kind of acting.
Oh, okay. I guess I
Have you
fixed
seen
it. I guess I
Have you seen
fixed
this,
it.
Bob? Oh, did you fix it?
I guess I was the idiot here.
What you fixed?
So I got the interface working out. I was just trying to. So it was saying they didn't have a reference to you know, for the sprite.
So what do you think about that?
But I took away the
show?
sprite and I just made it this, and now I can pick these.
Oh, I was
shits
just
up.
checking. Did you watch this? Did you watch this anime before?
Hold on, I didn't even check.
But why are you
actually.
bringing it up?
I'm just asking if you
Bruh,
watched it.
now this is giving me problems.
I watched a few episodes. I was gonna keep watching, but then I got busy. So
Okay,
I don't know.
fair enough. So
Yeah,
it's an
unlike you,
interesting
Joe,
anime.
some of us are working today.
Listen, man,
Oh wait.
you know, I work in the dungeons, man. It's part of it.
What kind of work do you do, Kyo?
Mostly just dealing with like clients having software issues and just resolving that for them, hardware, software issues. Basically, just a technician who works from home. That's really it.
Oh, you're like a remote service desk, incident management.
Yep, pretty much.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I'll leave soon enough.
Are you familiar with Idle?
No, I'm not.
The Idle framework is huge in the United States, at least.
Oh, it worked now. Okay, I fixed it. There
what
we
is
go.
it?
Okay,
Yeah,
good. Cool.
It's like the information
I guess not.
technological infrastructure library, something like that. You know, it's a IT management framework that's used by most incident management functions.
Oh, fair enough.
The important part is that you can get a certification that actually says certified in IT service management.
What the fuck was the problem?
Pretty good. Personally, though, most likely won't be sticking to the. Maybe I will stick to the IT service industry. Maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah,
It
I
just
did
worked a
IT
second ago.
services
What the
for a
fuck?
while, but it's the most demanding mentally of the IT services field and the lowest
Least
paying.
yeah, yep, that is correct. I agree with that. Well, thankfully, where I'm at, it's relatively easy. Most of the time, I'm either just drawing in the background or just doing nothing. So, you know.
Do you have like mostly British customers, European customers?
Bruh.
Just British.
So,
Okay, are British customers not particularly daft? Because American customers and IT support are terrible.
Listen, bro. If I start talking, it's gonna become a long list. So, yes,
So-
they are
I
very
don't know.
much under the
God, no, I've
category of
rambled
that.
enough.
the object gotta be on the screen in order for this shit to work. What the fuck?
So did you like that anime, Kyo?
I think the anime was pretty good. It has a unique original concept. I don't think it was perfectly executed just because it was 12 episodes, but I think it's an interesting series to watch just for the concept alone. Money being the power system to use abilities and all of those things. So, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish it one day.
I won't say it's a perfect anime. I won't say it'll change your life, The animes that changed my life was like Berserk and Vinland Saga. That shit, boy. Those are genius writing. So, there you go.
I watched like season 1 of Villain Saga, and I can
Or One Piece.
appreciate like it was quality, but like I wasn't that interested in it. I think it's just I don't know about to say the genre or like I don't know what it's about itself didn't interest me that much because it got like,
Vinland
really
Saga season 1
emotional.
is good. What I'm saying, in my opinion, Vinland season 2 and beyond is where it becomes probably the best narrative, in my opinion.
Yeah, for me it like got really emotional and stuff, and I saw like the drama and stuff, but like I don't really watch that kind of emotional drama anime.
That's fair. I think it's just, for me, Vinland Saga is more about, I guess, rejecting the path of violence as easy.
Yeah, I could see that's what they're going for.
Get up, boy. Come on, get up. Move.
That and Berserk has done a lot, I would say.
If you're working remotely, do you have to work out of the UK? Are you able to work out of other jurisdictions, like move to a different country?
Should be able to, yeah. I just have to ask them, and they'll most likely say, yeah, sure. Because there are some people who do.
So are
yeah,
you a
I
European
can.
or are you British? Do you have like a British passport or a European passport?
I'm European, so European passport. So yeah.
Oh, thank God.
What's the difference?
There's a lot of differences. Okay, well, first of all, my passport is fairly powerful. It's ranked number 4, I think.
What you mean by
And I can
there's
go to many
ranks?
places. There are ranks for passport, yes.
What's number
Yeah,
one?
and
America?
there literally are.
What the fuck are you
Um,
supposed to do with
the
the Somalian
Number 1 is
passport?
actually Somalians at the bottom, bro. That's not, it actually is at the bottom.
What are you gonna do with that shit?
Nothing, because most places will ask you, either reject you outright. And basically, the passport power basically represents like how many countries you can get in fairly easily without having to jump through a lot of hoops. The first one being the United Arab Emirates at the moment. So there you go.
So what's 2?
Is it, man? I thought it was Singapore because like most of my coworkers, like almost all of my colleagues, live in Singapore and don't know why I don't want to move there. And I thought it was considered to be like the like it had the most number of the largest number of countries you could access with it without.
Singapore is number 6 in the ranking, the same as UK.
When I'm looking at say number
I
1.
thought the UK fell off. I thought the UK had dropped
Okay.
down to
It did drop. It did drop.
I'm looking at the global passport ranking of 2024. It says Singapore number 1.
And it says number 6 on my end.
Wait, which
Passport power.
What-
It's on passportindex.org. That's usually where you
I'm
check
on.
it.
I'm on the Henley Passport Index.
I'm sure it's
Who
subjective,
Henley?
right? Like there's not an official ranking.
Who Henley? Stuff on.
Yeah, I
They got
know. Generally speaking, the UK is not terrible, but honestly, like if you have to ask, would you rather be a citizen of the European Union, or like a constituent state thereof, or of His Majesty's United Kingdoms? I would
I'm
choose
picking
the
Europe.
European Union.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, which would you rather have your life savings in? I have a choice. Right now, I've chosen the U.S. dollar, but my second choice is the euro. My third choice is also not the Greater British Pound. It's the Swiss franc. So,
Yeah,
there's that too.
Yeah, my bad, June. So, I mean, finding the bugs ain't too hard in here. It's just a matter of fixing them motherfuckers. Well, now I see like they want the object to be in there in order for it to reference it for this shit right here, but that's a lot of work.
But yeah, I do have to provide the whenever I travel, I have to provide when I come back. Gotta provide a pass showing that I'm allowed to live in the UK and that I'm permanently settled here. So that's
I guess I just looked at the Henley list here. An EU passport is just listed as France. Why is the entire EU passport listed as France? That's got to rub Germans the wrong kind of way.
Yeah, that. Oof.
I don't know anything about Henley. This must be like a French oriented organization. I know that the French think themselves the heart of the EU, right?
Mm-hmm. I used the general global index as the marker. I always considered France, Germany, the Netherlands all to be roughly around the same power, basically, of where we can travel to.
Yeah. So, I mean, why stick around the UK? Like, you think it's going to get a lot better under... I guess, like, it is literally called Labour, right? But I've read through their policy agendas, and it sounds like they're just want to be competent Tories.
Well, long story short is that I just happened to have a lot of family here, and I moved here around 2006, so lived here for quite a long time, basically. So it's just a home, but I will eventually move out. So yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. You got folks there. I had folks here in Japan, and then they all left, went back to the States. Now I'm alone.
You do realize that sometimes, but yeah, I moved here. I've lived in the UK far longer than I've lived in the Netherlands.
Joe, I'm curious. You were saying that from your experience, bankruptcy is not the end of the world, but like, you can't really live freely, can you?
As far as I can.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
you file bankruptcy. If you have nothing, then the courts take nothing, and then you start over.
Yeah, you start over, basically. Yeah, that's correct.
So it's just like starting from zero.
Yep, yeah. Starting from zero is a lot better than starting like $1 million behind.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's just basically everything you have, all your assets and stuff will be taken, and you're left with nothing.
Even if, let's say, I maxed out my credit card and stuff buying Apple products, and now I have no money, then I would just start from zero.
You'll just take all your products, mate, then you start from zero.
Yeah. It depends on the jurisdiction. In the United States, there are different chapters you can file bankruptcy under. The general rule, though, is that you have two varieties. One in which the government won't force you to liquidate your stuff, but will put you on essentially a court-supervised repayment plan that if you violate, your stuff gets liquidated. And a second in which you just say, I'm done, and you let the creditors take everything you've got and divide it up between them as the judge mediates.
So it's just like Monopoly.
kind of. In the United States, also, there are protected items like of sentimental value. Things like wedding rings, family heirlooms, and stuff that can't be seized through bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay.
Well, Bob, your PC will be fine. So that's
Yeah.
good.
No, well, that probably not. But your wedding band, right, or your mother's 17-carat necklace that's been in the family for 3 generations, those probably. But to be clear, that's not a hard and fast rule. That's at the discretion of whatever judge is overseeing your bankruptcy. They get total discretion over that.
Yeah, that's true.
So if your judge is a dick, you might lose your wedding band, but probably not.
And of course, you would lose your house, right?
Well, depending on the type of bankruptcy, but if you're not, like in the US, if you don't file under Chapter 12, yeah, you would lose your house.
Yeah. I see. Okay, I have an interesting question for you guys. This is basically the scenario from Tomodachi Game where in the first episode, what happens is the 5 friends are kidnapped. They're tased and then taken to that room. So they're there, and they tell them, one of you has like 1,000,000 yen in debt. Now, if you want, you can just leave here and nothing will happen. But if the 5 of you agree to play the game and you win the game, then we'll forgive that person's debt. And the whole idea there was like, oh, if you like leave and say, oh, I'm not dealing with this, then you're basically leaving your friend behind, which one of your 4 other friends is the one with the debt. Or you could be like, okay, the 5 of us are going to do this together and help our one friend who is in debt. So that was the whole idea. Now, me, I would just leave. No, I'm not dealing with that. Because if you play the game and lose, then everyone gets debt. So now you're there too. So what would you guys do?
It's okay, Bob. I understand you'll sacrifice your buddies.
Well, it's weird you frame it like that, because that's essentially what I've already done. So, it's not a hypothetical to me. I've been in basically, functionally, that situation, and I know the choice I made.
Oh, you mean with some friends?
Well, in this case, family member, but yeah. I didn't ruin myself financially by spending every penny I had frivolously having a great time. I thought I could help family members and didn't realize that all I was ultimately doing was enabling their misbehavior to the point where we both ended up hitting rock bottom.
Oh, I understand that feeling completely. It's not
Yeah,
very
so I
nice.
could see the framing of that kind of narrative, because that's essentially how debt often works in family situations. Because you see all too often, like siblings or like children bankrupting themselves to try and keep their irresponsible mom from getting
Yeah.
kicked out of the home that was left to them after their dad died. But she cashed out his 401k when he died and didn't pay her taxes on it, and blase spirals out of control. That's not so much a hypothetical. I think functionally that happens all the time. And in Japan, which I assume is the context of an anime, that's even more common. Like families will often, just to hide embarrassment, essentially ruin themselves, like the whole family, trying to prop up some one person who's irresponsible with their money. I've read that that's also very common in China as well.
An interesting point there is that I didn't even know. One thing I always wondered was like, how do hikikomoris even get funding for essentially doing nothing? But it seems like their family, just out of the whole shame thing, just continually fund their kids until.
Well, yeah, it's what you would expect. Like the parents just let the kid live with them forever.
I'm African, bro. If I wasn't doing shit, my ass is getting kicked out instantaneously. There's
Man.
nothing I'll do. There's nothing I'll do. They'll just tell me, listen, get your ass out of here or work at the farm. But yeah, I didn't know that was a cultural thing in Japan where
Yeah.
some people will be hikikomoris and they'll get paid.
But you mean paid by their parents, right?
Yeah, paid by their parents, exactly.
Yeah, I also think that's pretty crazy because, like me, I'm in college right now, so that's what I'm doing. But if I was doing nothing, I too would probably get kicked out.
Exactly. I'm in work, school.
I mean, like I wouldn't get kicked out immediately. Like, let's say I'm going through something, my parents would be lenient. But if it's been years, I would definitely get kicked out.
Oh yeah, my ass would be good.
But I think the broader issue in Japan, and I think, as I understand it to an extent in China as well, it's not necessarily that the parents are worried about enabling their child's misbehavior. More so, it seems to be influenced by the shame of having a child who's failed to launch, right? You know, they don't want to have the shame of having the homeless kid who's out being a burden on society. Because at the same time, you know, people are going to turn to them, people in their social network, and be like, why do you expect other people to take care of your kid? Why do you expect your kid to be the one on welfare?
Yep,
That's
that
my
is
tax
correct.
dollars. You know, you're shifting your burdens onto us. You failed as a parent. You should take responsibility. And it's quite literally that. Like they on the one hand, like, okay, I have to take responsibility for them because they're my kid, and I failed as a parent to make them successful. But at the same time, you know, it's like, what are you gonna do if they're not undertaking the basic steps to be a functional human being? At a certain point, you're just enabling them.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting when I think about like how some cultures like you know, they don't want to what do you call it? You know, they worry about what the neighbors think and stuff, how they're viewed. But like in my suburbs here in Florida, it's like no one knows each other. No one knows anyone's neighbors really. Everyone's kind of isolated.
Dude, don't even get me started on suburban sprawl and urbanism.
Because whenever I hear about that kind of thing where um like how what do you call it, I don't know, you are like, because you hear about like the Japan and the Asian cultures, they're more in tune with their neighbors and society, but then I've never really seen what that is like because it's so isolated over here.
I think that's more of a urban versus suburban issue. And I'll tell you this, like, I just just last night I met a neighbor for the first time who's lived in this same apartment building as me the entire time I've been here. She lives like in the apartment below mine, and she's apparently lived here for 18 years, and I only just met her. Um, like, don't get me wrong, it's that isn't unique to U.S. suburbs. Suburbs anywhere in the world tend to have that problem.
That's very interesting because the suburbs, you would think, oh, you have like your little community there, but no one really knows each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the design of suburbs. Everybody's supposed to like develop their own little castle under which
True.
they're besieged by the rest of society. Yeah, there's a long social, like socioeconomic dynamic there that's too much of a rant even for me to get into. There's YouTube videos on it. You could find it. Just type in like problems with suburbia. You'll get something interesting. Yeah. So over there, how seriously, how are things working out over there in the UK, Kill? Are people optimistic about what Labour's doing?
No, not really. We'll just have to see how things go slowly.
Yeah. I thought, like, I read the BBC every morning, and the impression I got was that it was some huge blowout. But then I started looking through the numbers, and Labour basically got the exact same proportion of the vote they got in the last election. It's just, you know, Farage came in and wrecked things for the Tories, and that seems to explain things more so than anything Labour's done positively.
Yeah, basically that's the case. It's mostly just that the Conservatives really royally fucked it up, and as such, people splintered off to other groups, not necessarily Labour, because they don't trust Labour either. So they decided to go with Reform and other parties, mostly Reform.
Yeah, as I understood it, it's like the ones that just didn't like the incompetence of the Tories went to like what was it, the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party,
Mm-hmm.
and then the ones that just don't like brown people went to Reform UK.
Exactly. Yep.
The ones that don't like brown people, what the hell?
I'm not exaggerating. That's literally one of their party platforms. So
That's literally just their point. We don't like brown people.
yeah, it's written into the party platform. So beyond a certain point, I'm not exaggerating.
And there's a lot of people in that party.
Yeah,
About
sizable
15%
enough.
of the British.
Yeah,
Wow.
mostly from the north. But what's the point?
Yeah, they got what was it, like 8 million votes, something like that.
It's quite a lot of people. It might even increase at some point. So, wouldn't be shocked if reform becomes even more notable the next election.
Yeah, this is one of those double-edged swords, I think, for Europe and especially France. Because in all seriousness, if France doesn't stop fucking around with the channel crossings, they could drive the UK right back further right than ever.
Yeah,
it always
that's
frustrates me to see short-term thinking on the part of liberals in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that issue, at least, is a French problem. That they've just decided. I don't know if it's just out of resentment. I get the French feel resentful to the UK for, snubbing the European project. And they're just like, well, if you're not going to participate in the European project, good luck on your own. You can deal with this problem. I just think the most telling part is that so many people get into France and decide that that's not far enough and would still rather be in the UK than in France.
Damn. Is French that ass? France that ass?
Oh, I know almost nothing about France or French politics.
Is rich that
Dude,
Man,
I
ain't
read
you
the
French,
BBC
bro?
every day, so man,
That's a
I'm
funny way to say
exposed
it.
to
That's a funny
British
way.
stuff, but
I'm not French. I'm French American.
wait, is Kotagi French?
I'm French American, not French.
That's like saying French Canadian. Is it really a saving grace?
Yes.
Bruh.
it is.
And we're allowed to hate the French. That's okay. In the US.
I think British people have less God-given rights.
Well, strictly speaking, British rights are only the ones enumerated by law. Like, they don't believe in the concept of self-evident rights or God-given rights, however you want to word it.
Yo, you're not really British. You're Dutch. It is just a bit. So I don't feel bad when I say that. That's because British people aren't fully human.
British people will be human once they get rid of the royalty. So they'll never become human.
No, it's in their blood.
Well, and the Dutch still have royalty too, do they not?
Yeah, but they're chill.
Yeah, they're chill.
I'm gonna guess that Kyo jumped off onto a call or something for work.
Did he leave? Oh no, he ain't muted. He typing though.
And you too?
Oh, he typing on the Discord.
Oh, hold on.
He said busy at the moment.
What a swell guy.
I'm probably about to go to bed in a second though. I'm probably gonna go to bed in a second.
You got work today?
Yes, I do.
Did you pray today?
Kotagi, remind me, do you watch anime frequently?
I fucking love anime. I watch that shit all the time.
Really? So you keep up with the new seasonal anime?
I don't.
Ah.
What's the new seasonal anime? Is it My Hero?
Nah, I don't.
That was
I don't
all the
consider that
rage back in
seasonal.
my day.
Seasonal, I consider like the new ones. Well, I don't know if you've seen Oshinoko.
What is that?
So, like, you can see the synopsis, but it's like a really complicated plot, so it's hard to explain. But in addition to that, you can see the anime that I listed in the Discord. Those are like some of the recent ones that I recommend if you're interested.
Give me something spicy. Give me something with some sauce to it.
You want spicy? The
Give me something
Queen of the
spicy.
Netherlands. Jesus Christ. That is a fucking name.
What?
That's the name of a
Queen
show?
Maxima.
What's it do?
I'm sold on the Dutch monarchy. They look a lot more vibrant than the British monarchy.
You know, I
Like,
think
Jesus
I'm
Christ,
gonna go
Queen
to
Maxima.
McDonald's.
What you gonna get from McDonald's?
Gonna give me a couple of egg and cheese and McGriddles.
Man, oh dude, the McGriddles here in Japan are amazing. They actually use poached eggs to make them. Like they're just leagues above American McGriddles.
You know, it was crazy because
Well,
I
here
think
they use fresh eggs.
I think it was a point in time where they actually did that shit too. But now they just do, they still do like the egg already mixed to the square shit. Yeah. Actually, they might still do the fresh poached egg for the McMuffin though.
Yeah, Kyo, I'm sold. All hail Queen Maxima. Actually, I'm afraid to be disrespectful of a person with that name and title. Look at this, Princess Beatrix? I mean, that's archetypical monarch right there. And who is the Princess of Orange?
What you talking about now? What you talking about now?
Oh, Dutch royalty. The
Oh.
Dutch monarchs.
Hey Kotagi, man, you know my favorite Sonic game is Sonic Rivals.
Sonic Riders.
I said Rivals.
Sonic Rivals. Is that the fighting game?
No,
Man, no shit.
no, it's not.
Wait, so when is Sonic gonna be in
What
Smash
the
Bros?
fuck is this? What?
No, I'm just joking.
I ain't never seen this game.
You never played them games before?
What
You
is-
said what, Joe? It's like racing games, bruh.
Oh, no, I seen this. This is a good game. I'm glad you liked it.
I'm lying, boy.
Man,
People hated the Sonic Rivals games, boy. What the fuck?
why they hate this game? It was alright. It was okay. Slow as fuck, in my opinion.
You always
I,
think some
I
shit
didn't
slow.
stutter.
I didn't hear you. That's why I said what you say. I didn't hear you. That's why I asked.
Okay. I said all hail Queen Maxima.
Oh, I thought you said after that. My bad.
Definitely nothing after that. like confusing Sonic and Nintendo.
Oh, yeah, Sonic is the opposite of
Sonic's by
Nintendo.
Sega.
Yep. That was their flagship mascot that they try to compete with Mario with. You know, they had a little good run going, but then, you know.
I'm just saying, you never see somebody and they say I'm a Mario fan.
Yeah, you do. Everybody a Mario fan.
You ain't never see somebody.
Because
No,
everybody a Mario
nobody
fan.
gets autistic for Mario. Nobody gets autistic for
I
Mario.
don't know, man. I don't know.
I'm confident.
I don't know.
Man,
There's a reason why they got Mario theme parks and shit. You ever been to Super Mario Land?
Have you really ever seen someone get autistic for Mario? No one gets autistic.
Okay, but they don't really care.
Nathaniel Bandy.
No, they care about the game.
Yeah, like you don't find Mario fans. You find fans of Mario games.
Nathaniel Bandy.
Man, I was just talking to a guy who like got costumes and stuff for his whole family, and they went to like this Mario Kart themed like go-kart track and like,
I know.
around.
I know. Yeah, Japan got that. I think we just got one though. We just got a Mario Land out here. I think in
Yeah, where's that?
In Florida. Y'all got one in Japan, but I know we just got one in Florida too.
Is it in Orlando?
Probably.
Should Bob go check it out for us?
Probably. Oh, no,
it's always in Orlando.
On the Super Nintendo World, they got a Super Nintendo World in California, actually.
Kotagi, have you seen the Blue Lock anime?
I have not.
You gotta see it. So, it's about this main character guy who his soccer team lost like the school national competition or something. So then he's like, oh, you know, he's like, man, what am I gonna do now? But then he gets invited to this place called Blue Lock, where their goal is to
Lock Blues
to like become the best Japanese soccer players so they can win the World Cup. Now, at first I heard that and I was like, man, I don't watch sports anime because I don't watch sports anime. But this anime with episode 1, it showed me how different it was. Yeah, it was different. There's psychological elements, a lot of strategy, and even though I don't like sports, I was like, man, I'm hooked on this anime. Mainly for like the characters and like I think of it kind of like a fighting anime with the kind of strategy they're using. Even though they're playing soccer, it felt like a fighting anime.
You know, now that you describe it, I've definitely heard of that one.
So yeah, Kotagi, that's the number 1 I recommend.
Of all time?
Maybe considering anime in the last 5 years.
No, what's the best of all time?
Well, you probably already seen them. Now, the best of all time, I'm not really sure, because, like, there's a lot of good ones. But, like, some of my favorite are Hunter x Hunter. What else is there? Oh, JoJo, of course.
Yeah, you were a JoJo fan?
Yeah. I can't really remember the other ones off the top of my head.
Well, what's going on there, Torball?
What you mean?
I can't tell if she's running or strangling someone.
She's running. She's supposed to have a gun in her hand, but you know it ain't ready yet. Like if you see, oh fuck, if you look here, she should have a gun in her hand. But I was just.
Wait. That I thought I was gonna see a gun. I didn't expect those kind of assets.
What you mean? Oh, you talking about these over here? Yeah. See, I was working on the bigger sprites, but you know. That was gonna be too much work. So I said,
like,
you know,
jiggle physics was a step too far.
No, it was the size. It was the size that was the problem. That was gonna be a lot. Cause like, if I made her this big, I would have to make all the enemies this big, and this game is gonna have a lot of enemies, and I'm not gonna want to sprite all the motherfuckers.
Wait, this big in what way?
The sprite size, damn.
Wait, are all the enemies gonna be hung as well? Like
nah. This ain't one of them type of games, man. No. Just because she's stacked don't mean nothing. That's man. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that part.
I wasn't worried.
No, that's not the way the direction of the game no more. That's all good.
You're not gonna make a ecchi genre video game?
Yeah, maybe I will down the line, but right now.
And you remember when that stuff used to really move popularity on fucking Newgrounds?
Yeah, still do. Well, I mean, Newgrounds
still do. Like, is Newgrounds still a thing?
Yeah, Newgrounds still a thing. I put one of my games up on there. Newgrounds. Yeah, Newgrounds.
I mean, E-Bombs World is also still a thing, but
what the fuck is that?
Nobody goes on Newgrounds.
Man, Newgrounds pre-Steam. Like, Newgrounds before Steam was something else.
Well, you remember back when Steam was green, you old ass dude.
Steam was green?
Green. I remember a world pre-Steam. Like, I remember a world before Steam was a thing, before there was Valve or Gabe.
I remember playing on my Super Nintendo or Nintendo 64.
Oh, look, he was playing that strategy on Newgrounds. Okay.
Yeah, you see.
You know what you're doing.
Holy shit! That was loud as fuck, my bad.
Wait, what were they running from there?
The tentacle monster. Hold on, I got you, bro. You ain't ever seen this game? You were here around this time I was making this. You had to have.
You've played it on stream enough.
You've been here for a while, Joe. I'm just saying. I feel like
he wasn't here for that.
This might have been during one of my work trips. Dude, when I disappear for like a week, 2, 3 weeks at a time, I'm off on work travel. Like, I'm not watching YouTube when I'm doing that.
Understandable. Oh, fuck. It's a giant tentacle monster. Bazowski, facts. That's his name.
Okay, yeah, so you knew exactly what you were doing.
This series is supposed to parry that type of stuff. It was never gonna go over the line. But
yeah, so it is exactly ecchi.
Yes, it is.
Now hold on, I wouldn't classify Terra's game as ecchi because it doesn't show anything.
That's why it's ecchi.
No, but like ecchi has to at least show like.
He would have seen.
It doesn't cross a certain threshold. I see what you mean, Bob.
He want to see nipples. That's what he want.
Dude, let me tell you this. That wasn't a thing in anime up until recently. I think, honestly, it's only been in the last few years that ecchi anime has been able to go that far because of a change in legislation.
No, I don't know about that one, Joe, because I done seen plenty of old ass animes that show boobies.
No, I'm not talking about hentai. I'm talking about the like the post '90s like censorship laws era of anime.
Nah, they still be showing nipples. They were showing nipples back then. Oh shit.
So I'm talking about like on syndicated television, like the anime that they aired. I don't remember which year it was. Sometime in the '90s, they put in a bunch of censorship laws in Japan that made it
You are correct with that, actually. They did put censorship laws. Famously, Cowboy Bebop was censored. It didn't show many, like, even though Cowboy Bebop didn't have that much shit. But
so, I mean,
it was censored in Japan because it was on the prime time slot. And the change happened mostly because anime was then shoved into late night showings because shit like Evangelion that aired like 6 p.m. caused people to really flip out because Evangelion was not chill with that shit.
Yeah, it's like, ecchi genre went really soft core, and then honestly a lot of tasteful nudity got killed in the crossfire of that too, like with a lot of older animation. And then recently, I think they changed the laws against that. They're able to, they can't publish it on syndicalized television without censoring it, but they can actually produce content now with a lot fewer restrictions.
Mostly on the Blu-rays or
off of the say
aired
other
on,
some,
like,
so it's like all the ones that's been coming out just been like the Blu-ray uncensored version or something because it's still been plenty of them.
No, I know what you mean. There has been plenty of them. I do not disagree there. Most of it is like either OVAs or things that came out later than their airing date, basically.
Yeah, the uncensored Blu-rays are where anime studios make their money off Blu-ray sales and exclusively Blu-ray sales. They eat a net loss in everything else. So the only I think they also lean into that too. It's like, hey, the uncensored version's on the Blu-ray, so pay $780 for the full season Blu-ray box set.
I'm talking about like say for instance Sekiro, for example. When I watched that back when I was like shit, that had to be like early high school. 2012, 2013, whatever that shit came out. That shit still had titties in it. That was on Netflix. Like, I mean, what about shit like that?
Back in the day on Netflix, there was no Netflix back in the day. That had to have at least been like 2000. Netflix streaming was 2008. What do you mean back in the day?
Well, it was a second, but let me say, I mean that's back in the day for me. I'm not that old. When the fuck did Sekiro come out? Let me see.
Like, it had to have been at least 2000s, right? Because Netflix streaming, they had the beta version of Netflix streaming in 2007, like December 2007. I remember because my wanted to try it, and then they got in sometime in 2008, but like it had to have at least been like late 2000s then.
I think Sekiro
was 2008 to 2010, but me and him watched that shit in like high school, like early high school. So that had to be, like I said, 2012, 2013.
Yeah.
Oh god, I just looked this up. This is definitely like the classical ecchi, but pushing the boundaries, right? Like I think up until this point, I guess I just remember in the early 2000s there was a flood of ecchi anime. They all followed the same stereotypes, right? You know, the impossibly naive male protagonist who never actually gets any, but just accidentally stumbles into tits all the time. You know, the incidental harems that always develop around them by some quirky circumstance, and the fact that you never actually see anything. It's just outlines and curves, right, through a tight shirt or something.
Sekiro checks all those boxes except you actually do see the titties.
That's it. Like, it must have come at the end of that era then, because that whole era from like the 90s into like the late 2000s, that there wasn't an uncensored version. Like, it just got produced very soft core.
Understandable.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I never got to the appeal of it, because it's like, even then you could find hentai, right? So like, why bother with ecchi? If you wanted to watch like animated pornography, you could find it. So
there's only one reason, because usually the ecchi are better animated.
Dude, I would disagree. Like, back in the early 2000s, at least, I'd say it was on par. Usually
Maybe
it was done as shadow project by the studios that made the mainstream stuff.
I would say at least the ecchi stuff have like a story though, because like a real actual story throughout. I mean, something at least better, more so than a hentai would. They hentai come up with some goofy shit just to get somebody fucking on screen, bro.
I would say that hentai is just ecchi that takes it one step further. Plots in ecchi are abysmal. As I said, I could only ever think of one example that did it okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, as much as a plot they could have, like they kind of I don't know.
At a minimum, I would say like hentai is certainly no worse than ecchi, plot-wise at least. Although I'm not an expert in it. That's never been my thing. So, it was one of those things where, at the time, it definitely permeated like the very insular zeitgeist of the anime community. But the anime, like people that watched anime in the U.S. in the early 2000s, were very closeted and very few, like few in number. It was not popular yet.
Understandable.
Okay, for reference, To Love Ru came out in 2008, and that was an ecchi anime that showed the boobs, and that had like better animation than hentai. So at least in 2008, the ecchi anime had better animation, which is why people would watch it.
You know, let me go
Was that
ahead.
really in 2008? I could have sworn that that series was way earlier.
Maybe the manga. Let me see. Yeah, the manga was started in 2006, but the anime, the anime was 2008.
I must be conflating that in my head with some other series then.
Shuffle. Let me stop playing. Was Shuffle even an ecchi? I don't really think so. Anyway, it's been a good talk, guys. But I have to go to sleep, and by go to sleep, I mean go get me some McDonald's and then go to sleep.
Have fun at Mickey D's.
I will.
Yeah.
Hopefully the line ain't long as shit.
Well, wait, what time is it there?
5:47 a.m.
You've got about 20 minutes before morning rush hour starts pouring through. Right?
Understandable. Alright, I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah.
Goodbye,
Peace.
Torball.
Yep, I will
Goodbye,
catch y'all.
Bob.
Catch y'all tomorrow.
Goodbye,
Yeah.
Kyo. Goodbye, Joe. Oh, 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 oh.
Goodbye, Kotagi.
Alright, everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap the stream up. Thank you everybody who came by to watch today. It was fun. Got some work done. Got a little bit more progress on the ship, but you know, it's still giving me some issues, but I'll figure that out. I guess I'll do some spriting tomorrow. I'll probably do some spriting tomorrow, but anyway. Thank you everybody who showed today. Thank you, Kyo. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Itachi, Mahad. Thank you, June. Thank you, Gradine. Thank you, Joe, Kyo, Alpha Proto, Two Punch, Kotagi, Tiger Punch, Viter, a lot of renames. And if I missed anybody, my apologies, but thank you as well. But I forgot my ass to sleep, so y'all have a nice night or day. And I'll see y'all next time. Peace.